Oh, Jesus. Please. Hey, checks. I'm just waiting. I run an ad break, and then I'm gonna ping my Discord and then wait a few minutes and probably tell Concision that I'm doing it too. I guess I could do that now. Hopefully my audio sounds fine. This is kind of all cobbled together. I can spell. Oh, I'm bad. Don't touch me. The blue ball messed me up. Oh, I got greedy. That was wrong. Okay, I'm probably just gonna... Let me see. How do we do this? Alright, I'm just gonna get started, I guess. I want to open... Can I... Oh, what? Oh, I did it for the... Hold on, let's try again. I want to not... I guess that works, right? How do I... I'm trying to remember how to draw on the source before I do anything. Definitely have it set up, but I always forget. Can I... How do I... unselect the source? I hate that I suck at this. Let me check my settings. Hotkeys. Maybe I don't have it set up. Yeah, clear whiteboard. Oh. I just don't have the whiteboard high enough. No, that's wrong. We'll give up soon, but it's fine. Project your entire scene. How do I project my scene? Do I right-click this? Oh, is that it? There we go. Okay. Fixed it. I fixed my dummy issue. Let me move my chat. Hi. Hey, Fox. Hey, Circus. I'm gonna start now. I guess. I haven't really... It's kind of cobbled together, but it's fine. Oh, hold on. I have his audio on. I don't want that. Let me know if it, like, looks normal within OBS. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Review this dumper. Thanks for the contribution. Let's skip ahead a little to the part where it actually starts. Alright. I'm going to try and keep things relevant to the skill level, but sometimes I go on a stupid tangent and bring up things that are like 123 level. And let me know if like the audio is fine. And I do plan on showing stuff on my game too once I get to like something that needs to be shown. Perfect door entry. Incredible. I'm really happy that he has an input display. I'd be holding down left out of this door, just to make the transition from like moving downward to left easier. Like it's just an ergonomical thing. And that'll probably come up a few more times. I won't mention it every time, but I'll drive it home a few more times. And like when you pick up this bush here, you can already be holding up left. But it's like, whatever. I want to come back to this later. At the start of Eastern, he does something... The screen's similar, but he does something different. Oh, you can see my mouse. This is great. We did get stuck in the wall there. That's fine. Everything in this game is square. Let's, so, yeah, don't get stuck. Let me... Shit. Can I make this bigger? Okay, yeah. Don't get stuck in that. And... we can see your rat. I don't know what that means. Is that a meme or are things good? You want to touch this bush when you're lining up with the Uncle Hole, because when you fall in the hole, you start slipping a little. I guess that wasn't too bad. This is all fine, I'm sure. We could probably mash with all of the face buttons here. The only time you don't want to use the Y button is if it's like an RMG category where you've already gotten the lamp. Perfect room. There's something I want to point out here, whether it happens or not. Alright, well that was a... let me look at that again. We just... Are we like 1 pixel too far away? Yeah, incredible. I thought it would hit from that far. Anyway, I like that he stays up high here along this tree, as long as like you're not super nudging when you go around it. So there's not much to comment on here. Don't mess it up like that. Make sure you cut the bushes. That was unfortunate. Still got a good door entry. Let me go back. So this is something I'm probably going to bring up a lot. I'd be holding up left to start the room. Like I wouldn't switch. When I'm exiting the doorway, I'm just holding the direction I want to go. And I feel like there's some inherent thing where newer players think that diagonals and doors are bad because it's like bad in a couple of places. So unless you're turbo pumping, I would just be holding up left here for ease. I guess he did switch to it. So, my bad. I think there's something with this screen where you can see, if you look up there, you can see like the 1 pixel shadow of the guy. And what he might... No, I lied. Maybe it was there. I don't know. He might have walked up when you saw it. Anyway, not important. Hey, Fox. I mean, Meowski. Always mix you two up. I don't... I don't know what the best way to not go back 5 seconds is. Right here, a lot of players are holding upright instead of just up and trying to... He is holding up. And that was pretty good. But a lot of players will hold upright because you're still... Your goal is to get around the guard, so you're still moving towards the guard if you're like sloppy or whatever. But it's not a big deal. You can be a little closer to this guy. Again, it's not a big deal. But you had to wait for the key to drop. Basically, you spun him slightly too late because you went a little too wide. And same thing here, another D-pad thing. When entering the screen, you can already be holding down right, and then you won't incur an anti-pump. And whatever that was, don't do that. I don't have any suggestions for that, just don't do it. I'd probably advise against these wall pumps here. The reason being, pretty sure we overshot by a pixel. No, I guess, alright, he was perfect. But I don't like it. Yeah, this is the roasting stream. It's just that you have such a little range where you can actually pump that if you... How do I change my color? Yeah, if you overshoot it and then come back just to get the pumps in, is kind of not very worth it. Now, I was going to mention that after the cannonball room in Desert, when you're like going up, alright, you can catch up on the roasting later. That's fine. Pumping's pretty effective there, but I wouldn't recommend it. I want to watch the D-pad again. Okay. See, the same thing happened there. We 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We overshot the wall to get in 6 potential pumps. So I don't know if that's really worth it. Yeah, I do the pumping left too, but the only thing is you have to change your grip and it's terrible. I don't think that's very necessary, but I do it. Yeah, pretend to pump. Yeah. Just shake your controller. Hey, Requiem. Alright, we're getting the, oops. Oh, up and down does stuff on the arrows too, that's hot. Okay. You could probably hit the guy from here with your spin. That's a little bit of an exaggeration on the spin hitbox, but you got quite far up his ass with your sword out. And, okay, let's... When I enter this room, I'm also holding down right, and I wait for Link to cross... Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Let me make it bigger. Bigger, daddy. Waiting for Link to cross this little area while I'm holding down right. You missed in the run before? Yeah, that's... I do that. That's fine. It's 3x3 full tiles. Alright, I didn't know if it was exactly 3, like a huge fucking square. I knew it was close. But yeah, I hold down right here, and I'm not saying you have to do it, because it might mess up your entire room. Let me watch that one more time. I think that was fine. Make sure to double pump in every doorway, even if it's an auto door. I don't have much input on this. Well, okay, we might have a little input on that. Hold on. What happened? We just released the button too early, I think. I've seen you do the strat competently before. I don't know if I have much to input when you do it correctly. I don't think we're focused on mistakes that are just like... I want to focus on the lack of knowledge and not just plain mistakes. Unless I can say something to fix it. Again, you can mash with all the face buttons here. I stole the Yoho method for mashing, where I'm just all thumbs now. And probably... I couldn't tell if you're holding down right in time. But I would be holding down right, like here. To make sure I don't get the anti-pump. You might have done it frame perfectly. But I would have been holding it a lot earlier. Let's see what happened here. It looks like we might have not made it around that corner in time because we were pumping. So I don't know. I don't pump on this screen. I just hold upright. And I do some stuff that I don't want to explain, so it's fine. It's not important. You also probably lost time pumping here because you didn't hit the staircase. No, I don't know. You nudged by like 2 pixels. That was fine. I had to remember to move my mouse off the fucking screen. Okay, we're gonna address this one the way that you cancel your stair lag is making everybody die inside. Once you face left here, you don't need to face down again. So you swap to diagonal. Diagonal. And you just face left the whole way until you're aligned with the door, or you think you're aligned with the door. Doing all the... It's actually, you're adding 2 extra anti-pumps. So... Well... Yeah, 1 anti-pump. It looks like the input display is 1 frame behind, at least in this current instance. And we nudged the statue because of the movement we did. So yeah, maybe 4 extra anti-pumps. And it's less consistent. You're not doing the same thing every time. Like, it's a lot easier to just hold left into down left. Hey, Ari. So, and you do that in a lot of places. Which I would recommend fixing it in all of the places. You could try to make a visual cue for how to enter this door cleanly. I don't really have one, I just do it by feel. I don't recommend that. That's why I can't help you. But I guess you can tell by like the camera, the alignment vertically, if you want to find something there. It's up to you. Boomerang good. We could have went around his... We could have done anything there. I would have just... You have plenty of time to see that he's going to walk the whole way to the wall. Probably. I don't know if he can stop in this vicinity or not. So we could have done something. And that's another... I'll stop saying it, but this is another anti-pump. You're not holding down right immediately. And I guess it depends when you swap. Like, when you swap to down right, whether it's an anti-pump or not. But I think most players are probably holding... They're either holding down right from the door, or they're waiting until they get here to try and cut this cleanly without touching the corners and get like extra anti-pumps there. But we'll start with the anti-pumps. This is a 127 run. I'm just trying to drive it home early so I don't have to say it again later. I'm not sure what we were trying to do there. I just diagonal and then I do the stair lag cancel, which you don't have to do. You just want to get all your diagonal movement on this. And right here, you're doing the opposite of what I expected. I would like hold left and nudge this. But I do something different also that I don't want to explain. But holding up is kind of scary. Yeah, we touched the thing. Like, we lost some diagonal and we touched the thing. Yeah, I cut back on the inputs there because it's hard. And I'm pretty sure you grabbed the heart pot here. Internally, I want to say just let yourself die, but that's also fine. I know you don't like to reset. What I look for here is if the first guy is on the bottom, my intent will be the deboost through them all. But like, you have to be... I don't know if that's worth you doing. Get the short boom. We didn't run into the guy. That's really good. I don't think you need any help there. That was fine. There's a... Depending on how hard I want to criticize, I can say more things there, but it seems like you're not hell-bent on destroying your D-pad with thumping. In these, yeah, let's go back a tiny bit. I just want to explain something. Even in this door, you can be holding cardinal left and not lose time, opposed to the diagonal. In which I'd recommend it here as well, at least until you get out of the door. Airy pumps down along the bottom wall. I don't like it because I'm bad. I pump upward a little bit. And you can see that the rat's coming at you. So you can be a little more cognizant. He's always going to go, when they collide with stuff, they always go clockwise. So you should know that he's up your ass. And the way I would have avoided this particular instance is, after I slashed him, I would have moved that way a little bit before throwing the boomerang. So yeah, that was pretty avoidable. And one more thing that I do in this room, which maybe is helpful, is I'll wait until I'm aligned with the door. Oh. Align with the door before I touch this wall. Just in case, if the other rat is like on the top wall, you don't want to have to deal with it. It's easier to just walk past him. And getting hit back, that looks like a football play. So if that rat had moved left, you would have had to have done something to deal with him. Yeah, you did not know he's up your ass, but now you'll be more aware. Yeah, it's kind of, okay. I think we just want to slash a bunch, or you can use your boomerang. Yeah, I think I just would have boomed, and then boomed or slashed the next rat. We did get the money, but I don't know if I have any specific advice other than it's really hard to avoid the stuff in this room if it's right in your way. Like I don't see any solution other than just killing everything or stunning it. And you got hit backwards twice. Yeah. It's kind of a one of the fun things about the game is trying to deal with those kind of things. One of my favorite parts of the run is like just the whole Eastern overworld, because there's a lot of that where you have to, there's so many different scenarios that you have to deal with. And I think it's really fun to try and like really weasel your way through situations where you had no business getting through. But in that scenario, we lost quite a lot of time. Any spaces. Unless you're trying to get beep frames. I'm assuming you slash here or boom or whatever. Yeah, it's all fine. I want to watch this more closely. You don't need to stop. Never mind. No, disregard. I'm being a butthole. I like to... I'll do an anti-pump up into this wall to make sure that I'm flush with it for the switch grab. And when I'm canceling the text... How many boxes are there? There's one? When I'm canceling the text, I'll press right L R A in that order, kind of slowly, and you can, the A is meant to, you can grab the switch from like here. If you're flush with the wall, you press A, then you press cardinal down. Maybe I'll show that. Oops. Oh my god, there's 100 things to go through. I guess we can show a bunch of it. So there's one rat that's potentially in the way. Yeah. I don't like the holding A, but it's good. That was incredibly greedy. You should probably deal with that rat. So I'll do right LRA. And it's like partially to cancel text, and partially it's just something I've built up. And I'd also recommend pumping from here to the doorway. Not because the pumps are inherently fast, but because sometimes it'll give you just enough room to like beat one of the rats and get the rat frames. I'll see if I can show it a little. Well, that's a bad example. It's fine. Yeah, I personally don't like the holding A, but I think it's good. I like trying to time text boxes. So, yeah, this is... I don't know... I don't think pumping is helpful here. However... That's... I think we had a lot of time... Oops, this way. To realize this wasn't going to work. And you could slash to... You don't even have to face down here. You can slash left and you'll hit him with your sword hilt. You'll give him the business. So we should have dealt with him sooner. Because getting hit backwards is like super bad. And you ended up slashing anyway. You did get the beep frames, which really helps the stream. So good thing you got that heart, or you'd be dead. So I guess joke's on me. Why does Doom Tap look like Concision? Did we miss the movement? We stood still for 2 frames? I don't know. I don't want to count them. We stood still for more than 0 frames, which I don't advise. Hey, Sean. While I'm here, the way that you do Houlihan is you just keep going straight from here. You don't want to move up any. And actually, you want to do this in NMG as well. You don't want to... Most people would walk straight here. And then try to get... It'll make moving this diagonal the same amount of pixels every time. So there's no reason to move up early. It'll be more consistent to just wait until you're on the screen. Yeah, and then on this screen, you walk up. However, for the Houlihan, jump in the water 3 times. And when you're jumping in the water, you want to hold down right, because it makes you jump a little more quickly, because the ladders are stupid. It doesn't matter when you open the bush hole, I don't think, as long as you don't... If you touch the pit early, it might be bad. But maybe not. I expect most of this to be fine. So right there, you can... Oops, wrong button. You can hold down right entering the screen. You don't have to... You don't have to wait until you're going to cross the corner. So yeah, we didn't need to deal with that guy. That That'll just come with experience. He's going to stand still for some amount of time after shooting. And you don't know if he's going to do the fucking quad shot thing where he shoots every direction. Wait, do they even do that on the screen? Are these ones different? I don't care. Same thing here. You can hold diagonals. Entering the screen, you can hold upright. That was good. I would have slashed in every scenario in this situation, even if he wasn't going in front of me. It gives him time to get out of the way, and if he moves left or down, you kill him. It's probably fine. One thing I'll mention, even though it's not relevant here, is if this guy is like in here somewhere, you can deboost off the statue. But also, the guy needs to be, like, far enough away that the sword won't hit him. So I don't know if that's relevant. You want to... One more thing. You want to make sure that you aggro the statue before moving upward any. Because his aggro box is like a... I can't make a square with my hand. It's like a big rectangle. Let me try to make it right. Probably something like this. So... Yeah, you moved up before aggroing. Also, I lied. I guess it's the right here. So you want to move cardinally before you wake him up. Yeah, that's a... I'll try not to go on it too much. It's a WQ thing to go, to take this path. And I don't really know what the benefit is. I had bad results. I think it sometimes removes some of the octo rocks from the screen, and you don't get the lag when you're doing this diagonal. Or like that one, I guess. I don't know what the benefit is. Doom to pumping. What happened here? If you want to min-max this, I'm not going to show you, but you should make a... Let me click on the right thing. You should make a visual cue down here for when you can diagonal cleanly, which I don't know where that is, so I'm not very helpful. I like to press, to throw the pot, I press B and then A here. There's no penalty for messing up those inputs. If you press B first. On this screen, I like what Greenham does. Greenham will walk. You can trigger the switch by walking just cardinal up. Oh no. And then you can just do the same movement you're doing, but more reliably. Hey, Youngbug, thank you for the raid. I have no idea if the alert went off. Zero left pumps, perfect. I don't have any insight on that screen. It looks like you're visibly distraught by the door nudge. Let's see that one more time. So this is what I wanted to bring up. On the screen after Link's house, what you're doing, which is good, is going the whole way to, like, up there. And this is the same exact scenario. And you're turning prematurely and nudging for seemingly no benefit. So I would recommend... I don't think you even pump here either. I guess you do a little. Yeah, you want to... Oops, got dots everywhere. You want to make sure you're not nudging. When you're cutting stuff like this, it'll be more consistent for you to just touch the top rail first. And probably, if you want to pump a little bit on the screen, I'd have both hands on the D-pad while the screen is transitioning. I think that was good. Let me check it one more time. Once I'm crossing this pot, like once you get here, you can start holding down left, which it doesn't really matter, but I think you want to start holding it earlier. Especially if you're, if you end up being too high, like if you're not flush with this pot, holding down left will, you might get like a pot slide or some, recover some of the nudge loss. Well, I wasn't concerned with the air pumping. I was concerned with nudging around the corner. Was all. I don't care if you air pump or you rail pump or whatever. Yeah, good pumps is probably fine. I was just concerned with the nudge for no reason. In this screen, which I don't recommend, you can be holding down left the entire way and not get punished, but it's scary. So I'm not recommending that you do that. I'm just stating it for your knowledge. Let me look at this again. Alright, that's mostly good. The only thing I'd say is right here, you could get a little bit of diagonal if you wanted to, but like, don't do it if it messes you up. I like to... I try to throw the boomerang right before the door opens if you're going to do this. And what that tends to let me do is get cleaner movement into the door frame. So we'll see what happens here. You lost some diagonal towards the wall. So I don't think... that wasn't really worth it compared to just getting in the door. Booming the magic's pretty cringe, but I like it and I do it. Good luck, rat ass. Alright, good. You did an anti-pump there. I'm happy. You can be holding down right in that door when you enter the screen. I think you're on the blue rupee drop. I don't know if you're cognizant of that. Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Let me pay attention now. I'm really bad. I didn't set this up as well as I wanted to. So you don't need to... Christ, wrong button. City. Where the hell am I? You don't need to face down here. This is the same as the anti-pump in the ball and chain guard room. Right there, you potentially lost a pixel. You don't need to change your direction. You can be facing left this entire screen, except for when you enter the last door, in which case I'll cry. Let me check it one more time. There might be more. Yeah, you'd want to be holding down left this entire way and facing left. Because there you anti-pumped again. You did make it around the corner cleanly. But... oops. Same thing there. You can hold down left entering the room. Out of the door. Doors aren't your enemy. And I think most people... do people not touch this barrier when they enter the room? I think that's a thing people do. But it's not a big deal. Okay, we were on the red dropper, Rich. I like that you did it there, although I'm not sure. I want to see if it canceled the stair lag. I think it did. I think you got a stair lag cancel out of that too. Same thing there. You can hold down right entering the screen. I like to use the menu on this screen, but I'm not very preachy about it. I think you clearly like to do it in here, and this is good too. I think I like that you turn left before the menu. That way you can adjust more good. Alright, this is... I'm upset. Let's go back. So same thing here. You want to cancel stair lag. Diagonal the whole way till you're flush, totally centered in the pot, and then face down. Because you're doing extra. So... Oops, I fat fingered it. Anti-pump. Anti-pump. You're doing extra diagonals in the anti-pump directions for no benefit. Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. So we struggled here. I think we pressed the A button too early was all. Yeah. We don't have long arms on this screen. I just want to see what you do. I'm not very... Yeah, I think that was fine, except for the thing that I said in the gigantic blunder. I don't think we care about that. I also like what Greenham does in here. He has a... It's the same as what I said. He has a visual cue for where he starts the diagonal. If you're not turbo pumping, I'd recommend just doing what Greenham does. I just don't know the visual cue. I'm gonna check this again. That's pretty good. I think if you're sloppy, I think it's faster. Like if you're not hitting perfectly on the corner of the button, I think it's better to hit it from the right opposed from the bottom, but I'm not... Don't quote me on that. Alright, you're a little slow. I can go over... Do I want to spend time in this room? What you can do on that RNG is you can deal with the bottom guy. Or I forget how you do it. Do you slash first? No, you probably shoot the bottom guy and then you slash. This room deserves its own stream. Maybe I shouldn't go over it. I don't know. But what I would have done here is I shoot the bottom guy, which you're kind of a little too far left, so it's scary. And then I'd shoot the left guy, but you're also too far down. So I don't know what we were going for here, but I'm sure this wasn't the result you wanted. So this is kind of... I think that's fine. I want to go over this for like 1 second. To aggro the Igor... Oops. Aggro this guy. You only have to be 1 pixel above this pot. And you'll trigger him. Not that there's anything wrong with what you're doing here. It's just for knowledge's sake. His thing is like this or something. I don't know. It's pretty... I don't know. You can shoot and go under the Stalfos. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to say what Aerie said, but I don't do it, so I didn't know it as well. Alright, that's fine. I think that's fine. Is also fine. I'm going to say it could be cleaned up a little bit, and that was probably a 13 3x fight, but also if you're only trying to get a 126, then you don't care. So on the next screen, you can be holding down left the whole way. I'm not sure if we got there or not, but... You look different. Yeah, I look huge. I don't think we care about this very much. No, we don't. So just for context, I'd be holding down right here, because the next direction you want to go is right. You want to have the next goal in mind. Or like when you're doing your movement, it's not a one-dimensional thing. I mean, no stair pumps. I'm a fan. I don't want to be too picky about this because it's kind of hard. Let me see. Let me look at the D-pad some more. You can be holding up left to come off the stairs. How much cardinal spin speed did we get? Alright, that wasn't very... That was good, but... I would have been holding up left a lot earlier. But it didn't make a difference, other than we shot off like a rocket. Yeah, sometimes with spin speed, you can get stuck in this fucking wall if you do some weird stuff, so it's... Be careful. Well... I guess it's all, like, working out. One thing I'd mention is... Which is not relevant here. If you overshoot this... if you go too far this way... You want to come back and touch this. So that when you're going through here, you don't nudge, because you still nudge at 1 pixel per frame even in super speed. Look at this D-pad. That was a good dash. Scary. Okay, you do this. I think that's fine. I don't have any complaint with that. You can start dashing up as early as here and not... If you look here, you're like away from the tree a little bit. So you didn't maximize your dash because you walked diagonally, which is like a couple of frames. Oh no, we did it. Should I start right now? Thank you for the contributions. I hate this screen. I hate spin speed. I hate dashing it. I hate everything. Oh, who gave her lightsabers? You can be holding left to enter this screen too. Like all the north and south doors, you can hold perpendicular. Like think of the last room in Escape where you hold right. You can hold perpendicular in almost all north and south doors to move where you want to and not lose time. And at the very least, you'd be holding up left first. But yeah, you didn't lose anything here. I like the little diagonal right here. I do this... Oh, hello. I do this diagonal sometimes. Basically what I go by is if I walk too far left, I'll cardinal back. But if I think my first dash up was good, I'll just do a little diagonal to make sure I don't overshoot. Overshooting bad. And after the book text, you can buffer it down right. It'll give you a 50% chance to, oh, you did it, okay, to not overshoot that hole. You can be holding down left coming out of that door. Let me look at that again. Yeah, I think that's fine. One thing I wanted to note, I've seen when you mess up, the spin speed, you'll dash, oh, the screen. You'll dash down here, then this way, and then that way. You don't really want to do that. You want to leave the same way you came back, or the same way you got there, either this way or this way. It's actually pretty similar times. Okay, you're doing this. I think that's good. I was under the impression if you diagonal this entire screen that you could fingers that you could get the bush dash here, but I'm not positive. So it kind of recuperates some of the time you lost with the huge diagonal, but it doesn't matter. The visual cue I'm looking for to turn right here is to be aligned with this little hump thing. Oh, I'm not sure what happened. I think we just flubbed our inputs. We got a diagonal. You can see some more visible distress. What was that? Alright, so you don't want, when you mess up the prior screen, you don't want to do the sweeping diagonal to get back to your spot. You can just cardinal dash turn. And that's what the better players will do, where they're not compounding their losses by, once they mess up, like they deal with it and then they correctly get back on their path. I wanted to mention something on the screen which is not important, not relevant to you. If you overshoot this dash, you can hold down right out of the menu to be facing down and like align with the bushes and make sure you don't water dash. Nice lag. Nice rupee drop. We're just checking our menu again. One thing I'll note is if you nudge this bush, it gives you a clean slope dash. You can see there you didn't get a clean one. Let's watch him chug in real time. So we got a bad movement there. 1 pixel. I guess it wasn't that bad, but it looked really bad at the start. Good. That was the perfect height to go left. You can do a lot more on those stairs to try and save time. I wouldn't recommend it. Double pump and stair lag cancel. Double pump these. So we nudged that corner. You have a lot of space to work with. You have like 24 pixels or something. So you don't really need to cut it early. I think it was fine. Let me look one more time. Yeah, okay. I see some players not holding diagonal with the sword out. It makes me die inside. That was fine. You can maximize that a bit more if you want to. It seemed like you were really close to being in the door when you dashed, so that's why I wanted to look at that. For this particular set of screens, I just do whatever makes you not mess up. I don't have any strong feelings about it. So I recently told you this. This is the bastard door, which I guess it looks like you know it, or you're just doing this movement anyway. But you don't want to hold diagonal on the door. Yeah, okay. We can watch it in real time. You're moving 1 pixel per frame. Holding diagonal. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 frames to get out of there. Say, you want a double cardinal out of there. And something I like to do here is after I slash that guy, I'll buffer it down right, where Link still faces right. And I find that it's easier for me to like get the dash turn, which this was pretty good. I don't have any complaints, but that's just what I do. When I enter this screen, I'm actually looking for Link's head to dissect. To be like flush with that brown strip to know that I can dash. Because the extra couple of frames can make all the difference here. You almost got turbo fucked. Both ways. And I'd recommend not pumping on this wall. So like we overshot the wall, then we walked back to it. And we got 5 pumps maybe. 5 potential pumps. I think WQ is not a fan of that one. Okay. You watch it again. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's good. Okay, you hit the switch really well. But you hit it perfectly. But what a lot of players will do is will anti-pump into the side of the switch. Which is better than if you accidentally overshoot where you can trigger it. So it's kind of a way to make yourself not mess up. And that was good that you nudged this pot. Make sure you don't go too low. Overshooting things is generally bad. Okay, that was good. You didn't incur the drag on the door frame. Overshooters Anonymous, yeah. You can try for a stair lag cancel if you want there. I don't have any strong opinions about what you do on that screen. You don't seem inclined to do the spin speed. If you want to try and maximize the screen, you don't have to be the whole way up before facing right. But it gets pretty sweaty if you like undershoot it. Hey, twin. And that was a good movement towards the door. I noticed you do the cardinal movement out of this door, even though I screamed about it on 70 other screens. I think that was good enough. Let's look at this again. First thing I noticed is you're going quite far. Like, you can dash down here and get the kill on the first guy. But it's not the biggest thing in the world, because you still want to be in slash range of the second guy. I think I think the slash lag is 5 frames, and that's exactly how long you delayed for. So I think, yeah, you defaulted to going down before you could see the direction that the guys were going. And had you went up here, you could have done like the slash and dash thing, right? Maybe. I don't know. I think going through here is probably better on average, but I don't really know. Or like you can start going this way and then read it a little better without defaulting to the bottom. That's what I see on that screen. That was good. You're really close to not getting the key dash there. Had you moved one more frame, you would have missed it. For this screen, it's not very important, but you want to lift this pot as early as possible. Because you need to wait for the key to be accessible. So, like, lifting the pot early is more important than maximizing your dash. See exactly why. I like this menu. If you don't have anywhere else to use it, you can maximize this a little better too. I would maybe be inclined to cut your dash first and then menu when you're about mid-height. Because you can light the torch, like here for sure. But you go the whole way to the bottom, which is only a little bit of time, but it's fine. It looks like in the video that we're complaining, so I'm happy. I don't know if I have any meaningful advice for this at your skill level. I don't think there's any, like, disparity between your time and what you're doing. Like, your PB time. And, like, that was fine. It was a 4 cycle. I want to look at it for, like, 1 minute. It's not anything specifically to your performance. I just want to show, like, one thing. Thanks, Helpasaur King. Hey, Green Coal. The thing that I would note is after the first guy, even though I'm trying to shoot 2 arrows on each thing, I'm moving in between each shot. And when enemies have iframes, you can walk through them. I want to demonstrate that. Like, if you were to dash through something, and the iframes didn't make it so you were invulnerable, you could never dash through anything. So while the enemy's taking damage, you can use that to reposition yourself. And if you look specifically on the third worm, I'm often trying to walk directly through it without even seeing what's happening. I'm bad. Alright, that's enough embarrassment. Alright, I'm back. You missed all the content. I told you to do... No, I only... I did joke. I'm great. I'm doing great, babe. No, I only did 2 fights. I just wanted to explain something that wasn't actually relevant to what you did. That was good. Good enough. Meme boomerang. People seem to like it. You don't want to, you don't want to hold cardinal against the slope while you're walking against it. You want to swap to diagonal, because let's look. Let's watch frame by frame. So, 1 frame you didn't move, 2 frames you didn't move. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You lost 12 frames by cardinal walking into the slope. I don't think you want to do that anywhere. Except for, like, if you do the Kaz node, quick warp for the ether. Goodbye forever. Or not, but wait, there's more. I think you do it with the old man, too, inside of the cave. Okay, I think that was a good adjustment. I don't do that strat. I was under the impression that if you do a small diagonal... Oh, shit. Small diagonal cancel, that you might get a better slope dash on the big slope. But, like, don't worry. I struggle with that. Cutting my dash too early. And then we're, like, eating rock. So you have, like... I don't know, it's not that much space, because you don't want to... If you stop your dash here, pretty sure you'll pick up the rock if... I don't know. You adjusted. I also thought you could, do a small down right before this dash to also get a better slope dash. You kind of went a little early. And you can see where when you initiated the dash, it was a little bad, but it's fine. Thanks to the giant PP, Circus. I'm having a hard time reading chat because I'm bad. But I appreciate it. Hey, Mr. Angry Pant. That was good. That's good. Something I'll note is... Okay, you did it. If you stop for the first pickle, it's good for your subpixel to touch the bottom wall before redashing. Because when you, if you don't touch the bottom wall, you'll touch this slope, and that might ruin your life. That was good. Well, actually, you didn't need to cut the first dash. That was safe. Pressing A 1 frame too early. I love Zelda. I don't have much input on your swimming. I'm kind of bad at it, and it seemed like you did a good job. I'm glad that you didn't do the boomerang thing on the pickle. It looked a little scary. I do a tiny upright before this dash, too. I don't know if it's good, but you'll see your... Oops. I guess that was fine. I don't know. That's a pretty hard dash to cancel, too. I love cutting my dash 1 frame early. I don't have too much input there. It didn't go super well, but I don't think it was like screaming you don't know what to do. It's just a lot of small things went wrong. Thanks for the good luck, Spooses. I think we nudged a little bit here, but I think we're also wiping our tears. So that's fine. Gotta be able to see. Yeah, I've been a little bit slightly stuffed up too. Like, nothing crazy, but just enough to notice it. Okay, I like that. I was going to say, if you're facing down here, and you slash that guy, that might be an absolute disaster. So I like the slash to the right here a lot. And it worked out for two reasons. One is that you didn't blast yourself. And two is that it gave the guy a little bit of time to move to where any direction he moved would have been better. And then you hit him and he's not in your way. So I like that. I used to have asthma when I was a kid. I kind of outgrew it, I guess. You can look at the old man's your visual cue to know when to dash. However, we did get fucked by the boulder. You can look, like... there. It's in your head. So I wouldn't have... You might be able to make an argument for trying to dash here. And just letting the boulder hit you. So when the old man disappears, yeah, but you can look. He'll always disappear at the same point. So you can, like, fixate on the little thing, like the cave hole, and try to get a nice dash, but it wouldn't have worked here. You could have maybe taken a hit, but I don't know. Oh my god. Hold on. So yeah, I don't know. This is fine. This looks good. I like that when you retest your spin speed, that you don't... like, you press it and hold it. Whereas other people, they'll, like, flop their dick out twice, and then the boulder fucks them again, and they're just compounding the time loss. One thing I'd note is you can hold up right off of here. And move this way. You don't need to cardinal off the ladder, as long as you're facing up. The direction you leave the ladder on is irrelevant. Hyperfixate on old men. And you don't need to face down there. I end up doing it sometimes by accident. Just the way I'm flopping my D-pad. Just holding... I guess maybe it didn't matter. But I would be holding down right this whole way, regardless of the direction I'm facing, until I touch this. Because look, you're... 1, 2... You lost a frame cardinaling into the wall, whereas if you're holding down right, you'd still be going towards your destination. And you cardinal into this too, which is not recommended here. 1 frame. That wasn't a good movement, so like 1.5 frames. 2.5. We'll call it 3 frames we lost cardinaling into this. A future rush. You know, I think that's all fine. I want to go back to one little thing. What I do here, I'm gonna go to my game. Here's my nose. That's why I don't like doing it. Fine. When I mess up this, ooh. Let's say, I messed up the spin speed. Like, I'll get off the ladder and go retouch it to activate it, opposed to standing on the ladder and getting obliterated. Oh, I don't want to listen to that. We don't need fake rain sound. You want to go down here. Just because, like, if you look at where you entered the portal, you're clearly on the lower side. So touching this bush and going down will be faster. And also, when you go up, I'm trying to make it so you're visible. You went too far down. you're not flush with this. So down is generally better. So you touch things to align and not be overshooting and undershooting things. I don't have any input on this quick warp. I forgot all of them. One thing I would note here is you almost always... You want to nudge this rock on the way right. A couple of reasons. One is that, well, I guess, just one reason. It's like a safety thing with the dead rock. It helps you, since you're starting your dash earlier, it helps you deal with the dead rock more good, where having your sword out a little earlier, because you're nudging, because you dashed early, will help deflect the guy out of the way most of the time. But it wasn't relevant here. You can, I said this to Fox, too, in his review. You want to be touching this before you arrive at it. See, there's a lot of... You lost some diagonal walking because you're too far away. To the point where I would say... Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. To the point where I'd say, like, all of this pumping was worse than just touching the wall before the door. Woo! Okay, we got some fancy feet. Okay, you do the diagonal thing, that's good. I don't think I'm gonna watch your tile room. Unless you beg for it. One thing I would say is, if you watch Greenham, what he does is he'll spin this one, and then when he picks up the pot, he'll walk cardinal, throw the pot, and it like automates throwing the pot, so you don't have to time it. Whereas yours is a little... You lost some frames there. One thing I'd say about this, the reason that I swapped to the boom strats is specifically to not get fucked in this room. And sometimes you'll need to slash this Moldorm before you slash the switch. So just be careful of that. You could clean up those torches, but in saying that, I don't do it any better than you just did there. One thing I will say is you should be pressing other buttons to cancel this text box. If you're doing it solely with the Y button, there's gonna, unless you can't possibly not lose time by doing this. And I would do something like D-pad input LRY all in succession. I'd probably do that for every mirror where your movement next isn't important, like all the ones in pod or whatever. So you can, it's not very important, I just want to say. You can only diagonal and still be able to hit the switch. But there's like a visual cue on the floor, and I wouldn't stress about it. That was good. Alright, I'll just touch on this a little bit. when you lifted the pot here, you moved down for, like, no real reason. You don't need to do this movement down. But I guess, I don't know. Oh, and we're grabbing this one from the side? That's fine. I have no complaints with that. I have more information here, but I don't expect you just to do it the way that I do it, so I don't know if it's worth going over. I'll have a little peek at it. Real quick. I don't know what FMG says for it either. But one thing I'll say is, if this guy comes, like, supercharging way over here, I do something a little different, I'll grab it. You don't need to do it like that, but it's like, you know, I got a sub 10, and it's really easy. So I watch that guy's RNG. And if you're lifting the pot from the top, you can walk left. And you can be, like, this far left and still pick up the bomb. I'll show you. Oh. Woo! Like, you can be over there and pick it up. The bomb hitbox is offset to the left quite a bit. Oh, my mic's... Yeah, that was me. That's a me thing. I had it weird. I'm sorry. I can... I can lower the music, probably. A hair. I'll do a hair. But I think I just had it oriented wrong. So I'm changing the way I sit every time I swap from the game feed to my feed. Or whatever. That was good. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at it again. Yeah, I guess I would say you can hold up left a little bit earlier. Oh, no, you don't need to... You can hold up left the whole way until you touch the door. You don't need to swap to up. You'll either be perfectly aligned or 1 pixel shy of that, based on your movement pattern. We're gonna watch this one again. Okay, let's squeal our tires here. Let's go to the beginning, I guess. What I do here is so the ways that you can cancel stair lag are perpendicular or pressing the dash button. And you're going to be pressing the dash button anyway. So I just hold down left here, and I incur whatever lag I get. The reason I do that is when you get down here, you can, like, fully... Oh, shit. You can touch these pots and then swap to down left to maximize your dash. Which you don't have to do that, but I'm just stating that's what I do. And let's see what else goes on here, because I think there's a little bit more. So, we face some adversity. Alright, that was pretty good. The thing I was going to mention was, if you diagonal against this nub, you'll lose time. You'll move to 1 pixel per frame of movement. We could have eventually moved diagonal here. Maybe we default to the heart or something. You want to go to the inside of the torch. It's slightly faster. But it's not a big deal. And I guess, I would say here, if I was shocked to have full health, yeah. for me, if I have the option, I'll do rights and downs in my menus. Like for this one, I would do right. It doesn't matter too much. Some people like to menu the direction that they're moving as well. So I would just, maybe at some point you want to put a little more thought into how you do your movements, because this was a particularly slow menu. And I don't know if there's anything you could have done to make it a little easier on yourself. I want to see the D-pad. Maybe we just... Alright, we're just all thumbs. I like what you did here. You diagonaled into the chest grab and out of it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's good. You're moving towards your next destination, which is the door. Or bonking, I guess. What I would do here, when I cut this dash, I diagonal right into the rail. I don't worry about maximizing shit here. It's just a personal preference. I find in the majority of situations that helps me out more than trying to super turbo maximize everything. That was good though. That's just not how I do it. I'm pretty sure you do the diagonal thing here. I like this. I also hold diagonal down left here for the same reason. You'll get a little more slope dash. And I cut this dash with a diagonal too, a down left. Because there's like a frame, like right here. If you hold left, you'll like flub against the wall, and it'll let you charge a dash, but you won't nudge around it and you'll bonk. I think Bidey's a big proponent of that too. And one thing that's not relevant here, if Moldorm's down here, the safe thing to do is not dash down. Either wait or just walk. Getting propelled back up on the ledge is like gigantic. It's really bad. Don't let that happen. I'll try not to tear this apart too much. That was pretty scary. That was kind of unlucky, but yeah. Okay. So first thing, we're gonna work backwards here. You're standing too far away from Moldorm in this scenario. You're even moving away. You want to be about a Moldorm's length away. Like you want to be chasing him, even though you're waiting for him to unfurl. So right here, you'd want to be at about this distance from him. And the reason being is like, you gotta chase him and just keep repositioning so that when you get an advantageous position, you can capitalize on it before it disappears. So let's see what happened here. Did we just... Yeah, we just got hit on the first frame, so that sucks. And then we headbutted him. I want to go back to the beginning because there's a couple more things. I would have went this way. Oh, this way here to hit him. Pretty sure that's not dangerous. I think what you did was more dangerous. This was good. I guess this is fine. This is kind of scary. Is it? I don't know. No, I guess that's fine. This is the one that's scary. I'd either be behind him, or if you don't want to do that, I'd have my sword preemptively out. Because that was frightening. Everybody just shit themselves collectively. I mean, it worked out, but it's fine. And, just be slightly more aggressive on the last cycle. Just be a little bit closer. Not even more aggressive, just closer. So you can react. Luckily, I just went. There's always more. You can't tell me that you're just 0% poop. When you're a 135 runner, they tell you to not hold your sword out, and then when you're one... So, the rule that I go by... Let's back up a little. The general rule that I use is that if he's near some kind of pit, some kind of ledge, I will hold my sword out. Because if he touches the pit, that's the only way he can backtrack on himself and bowl you over. So you want to have your sword out preemptively to have a dash ready to be charged that can protect you. So it's good not to have your sword out here. You don't need it here. He's not going to do anything bad here. You could have your sword out here if you wanted to, but you did a better thing, I think. You could expect him to charge you here and just dash through him, but you did better. You could also have it out here. Because, like, he just did random movement. I'm pretty sure. It's like he could have done, like, something like that. Or something like this and doinked around. Because you can't get behind him. There's nowhere to get behind him without being in danger. But you also did good here. And that one I would have been behind him. He's not going to touch a ledge. And this was just kind of some bullshit. I think what happened, actually... I think it wasn't bad luck. Other than, I think he's hitting you in the back. That's why you got hit on the first frame. And I think to elaborate on it a little more... I guess, it's really hard at this point. What happened was, at this point, he decided to charge you, in which you happen to be diagonal from him, so it just sucks for you. So that's just some horseshit, I guess. If I could offer some meaningful advice, other than be closer to him, because being closer wouldn't have even helped here, I don't think. It's like he's gonna go up there regardless. But if you were, like, somewhere around here, and then you see that he's going up, you can, like, chase him, so you're not at such a disadvantage when he does charge you. But, like, that's kind of pretty speculative and retrospective. Like, I can't say that that's, like, oh, I would have done that for sure. Yeah, I don't know. There's, like, I don't have the magic silver bullet cure for this boss. I'm kind of bad at him, so... don't listen to anything I say. I don't think we do the spin speed here. No. There seems to be... somebody said this in your stream. Somebody asked you, is it better to slope dash down here? Or just do what you did, and I don't have the answer. I'm not going to time it. Time it yourself. It's probably pretty similar. Alright, that was good. That wasn't. You can hold up left here. You're nudging against the sign. You lost a couple frames. I think what the real big brain thing to do is to face up and then hold diagonal, but I got it to be frightening RTA. I don't have any meaningful advice for the screen. I have some things that I do that I wouldn't expect other players to do. It looks like we got a wayward right input at some point. Yeah, we went for a little ride. That's fine. So that's really scary. I think if you're going to menu on this screen, I would be cutting the dash regardless of like where I paused. I wouldn't try to extend my dash for a couple of frames out of the menu. And I also don't think the menu there is actually good. I think it's just as easy to just press the direction you want to go. Wasn't paying attention. So yeah, in this, you can't hold diagonal down left out of this door because you'll get stuck in here. You'll clip a pixel into that, like, icebreaker nonsense, and you won't be able to move. That was kind of freaky. You got a frame perfect diagonal. If you'd gotten the diagonal here, you would have started walking back down the pipe. So I do left for this cancel. Yeah, if you were a frame or two lower, you would have went back down the pipe. And a generic thing that I would say here is, if you want to, you can do a lot of diagonal dash cancels. Like, get yourself off the grid. You'll nudge more, but you'll bonk less, kind of thing. You went too far right here. I don't have a precise visual cue. I'm just kind of looking for, like, probably this line link to start passing. I can't make a straight line. Something like that. And then I would dash there. We don't care about this. We might care about something. You can mash every button to cancel the last text on the Master Sword. From the frame that the text disappears, there's some time before you regain movement where you won't do any action. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So you have 17 frames of mashing buttons between the text box disappearing and actually being able to move. You fire so many arrows. Well, you don't have to press those. I do, like, a little D-pad swirl and, like, LRA. Those are my buttons. I'm not saying you have to press every button, but D-pad cancels pretty good in a scenario where you don't get punished for it. You do know that if you nudge that, you save... Oh, different color. If you nudge this, you save some amount of frames. 0 to 4 or something. Not important. I'm just noting it. You can be holding down right here. You end up anti-pumping after the text cutscene, which I guess I don't know if it's a meaningful thing or a dash good. I don't know which drop we're on because it's not my run. Grab the tree. Yeah, I noticed you do that. You're not dash turning on this one specific spot. You're trying to get as low as possible, and then face right. You don't need to do any of that. You can even nudge this. No, maybe don't nudge that. But you don't need to be so low that you don't dash turn. Unless you want to. I'm pretty sure you know how to do this screen. Wait, what happened there? Did I see something? Can you explain it? Maybe. Yeah. Oh, I see what we did. Okay. I look for... Like, that's actually what I look for. Is, like, Link to start... Link in the toe of that thing to be in this position, I guess. I don't have a specific way to describe it. That's just... I'm just looking at that specific toe of the tree. And that's when I dash. And... You can dash from a wide area here. As long as you're not flush with this tree. If you're 1 pixel off of it, you'll be fine. Ideally, you don't want to do a mega nudge, but it's the way she goes. I'm not sure if doing this sets you up for the thing that you're trying to do anymore. I would just dash down and deal with it. Uh-oh. Was that bad? Probably. What I do here, something I go by is... When I'm going through here, if I notice that I don't move downward any, my next dash, I'll cut it. I'll just, like, press right. But if I notice I get some diagonal walking, I'll cut this dash with a small diagonal, too. I find that it works better for me. That was a good adjustment, though. Like, not letting yourself get fucked is very good. Much better than doing anything right. I'm not sure if you meant to touch the... You didn't nudge this bush, did you? Oh, you did. You nudged it by, like, 1 frame. Okay, never mind. That's good. I try to nudge that. And I do little... To try and negate the lag, I do tiny diagonal cancels opposed to just, like, pressing cardinal up. Because it's pretty hard to hit the spot, the way the lag works. That was danger. But it's fine. You didn't nudge on the way up. You can hold cardinal left out of this door. Because when you switch to left, you might be a pixel too high and nudge the torch. It might change your movement pattern. You get like 1 pump. Which I guess it'd be a net even, but... There's no reason not to hold left. Alright, that was good. I just wanted to see specifically what you did. Uh-oh. We lost our minds. I don't think I have any comment other than... We were just thinking about the next step, it seemed like. That was slightly scary, but I think that's fine. Yeah, it was just a flub up. I don't care about those things. Sometimes we mess up. I think you've been struggling here. There's a couple different ways to do it, I guess. I would have went left a little further, but I think the real issue was at the door frame. I think you walked too low, trying to get away from the guy, and it nudged you back up. I can show this probably. I'll just show what I do like a few times and see if anything seems meaningfully different. Bye. Don't do that. I'm just gonna do it in real time and see what happens. I don't know if the RNG is locked here. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, I went a little sharp there. I think if you really don't want to get fucked here, you can do something like that. Loses 10 frames. I did it in the All Dungeons tournament when my D-pad was shit. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of it's the door frame. Some of it's you're walking, I'm pretty sure. That's fun. You'll get yelled at. People will say, "What the fuck are you doing?" You tell them to shut the fuck up. And suck it. Tell them to suck it. No, there's no Uncle Walk in this PB. That's why it was good. You watch this again. I think most of that was pretty good. Probably better than most of the players at your skill level. I want to see how nitpicky I can be. So what you can do here is, if you refuse to dash down, once you're hitting this diagonal, you can just keep holding it. You don't have to do this. You don't need to face down here. Because that's an anti-pump. And that's an anti-pump. However, it's not really, because you did it perfectly. And I like that you held down right here. That's good. It helps you transition to right more easily. One thing I would say... So... I can't remember... I like to face up here, so you can see what the guard above you is doing. So we didn't get any eyes on him. And if he's moving dangerously, I usually do this dash down, as I call it a safety thing, to avoid his RNG sometimes, but I don't know how true that is, so... I feel like I get better RNG when I dash down. That was good. I'm not sure if it was like lucky good or if it was good good. She didn't have to delay at all. But we did almost... I guess the nudge was like just enough to get you through. I probably would have idled for like some amount of frames. But I think you achieved the same thing. It's really good for your self-esteem. What's funny about that is my friends have a guild in World of Warcraft, and it's called Self-Esteem, but it's spelled like this. Because somebody spelled it like that one time and they thought it was right. Wait, no, I spelled it wrong. Self-Esteem. Yeah, they didn't know if it was like self-esteem. Self-esteem. Anyway, I'm rambling. Oh, you do the dash thing there too. I don't know how much slower that is. This is a bastard door. This is a key door on a subdial transition. So if you were to do like the movement everyone does here, if you diagonal from the doorway, you'll lose like 3 frames. You never do that dash? Okay. Don't do it again? No, it's not very slow. I want to say Yoho does it, but don't do what he does. I think you could have squiggled by that guy. I didn't want to have one more peek. Like, you could have ignored him. But it is risky. Like, if at any point you see him start to do his jiggle, you are no longer safe. But I probably would have taken the gamble, but that doesn't matter. You had a good dash here. It was almost perfect with the doorway. Something to be careful of is... So, as you get better, when you enter this screen, you'll have beams more often. And if you have to deal with this guy with beams, you'll aggro the next guy, which is good. Usually. If this guy is standing still and he's like right here with his sword down, there's a chance that he can frame rule you out of your dash. And I don't have a solution other than like be aware and don't get knocked into the pit. So there's your jump scare. Yeah, I'm under the impression you do that previous room normally most of the time. This is something that's weird to me. I diagonal from the door frame. I see you do this cardinal first. Which I guess it doesn't matter, but it's just foreign to me. What will happen... Okay, so I can elaborate on this one a little. If you accidentally press down first, or if you like transition from diagonal to down before you have control, Link will face down. Yeah, so that means you're doing the inputs too fast. But like it doesn't really matter. But I don't know. I'm just saying what I notice. It's not meaningful there. I think you could do a little more work on this room. I see that you're holding right here. I think it would be faster to go, like, slash this bat and shoot this guy down. Because you can see that he's going left. But I might just be wrong. I'm not very up-to-date on the beamless strats. So I don't know. Maybe that's too much. One thing I did notice, you don't have to move up here. You can slash your sword and hold cardinal left, and you'll poke the barrier to alert the guys. So you're wasting a little bit of movement. And something else you can do is you can arrow. If you're still on the bow, you can just arrow this guy. It probably saves time in this scenario. I think Aerie stays on the bow here when he doesn't have beams, and he'll shoot the bottom guy, and it's like, it makes the room about 15 frames faster, and arrows are worth about 15 frames apiece. But it's like a lot easier, right? But the problem with that, so once we get over there, I could have backed up. If this top guy, if his RNG is left, you're gonna hate your life. I do the boomerang in this room if I don't have beams. But I guess you probably really like to have the menu here. Oh, we got a little pot slide. That was the RNG where the guy just keeps walking. You can like ignore him, but it's really hard to identify. I don't know if I have any meaningful advice. I think if the RNG is more aggressive, that might have not went very well. But I would say this tends to be one of the splits that you have the most trouble in for various reasons. You can diagonal a little earlier here. Quite a bit earlier, you can cut that corner. And it's kind of scary. You don't need to be super aggressive, but you can do more than what you did. And you want to get off this statue as fast as possible. So what I do here is what do I do? I touch the statue, I swap to down left while I'm pushing it. Like, I don't do any wiggles, I just hold down left. And once I can clear it, I just go down enough past the statue. Then you can just go this way. I assume you don't want to do the dash stuff, it's not very worthwhile. But you push the statue pretty far. And I guess what happened here is, normally I would say that diagonal boomerang is risky. but you were quite slow in this part, so it made it, like, more likely to hit. That was a little scary, but I guess it was fine. I'm just gonna have a little peek at Aga. Oh, we want to hit him to the right here. You know that the next cycle is going to be a lightning phase, so you hit him away from his definite warp destination. So just be cognizant of that. Hitting him towards the center in general is kind of some bullshit advice, but I still do it. Is it bad? Well, you lost. Let's find out, I guess. Let's see how many frames he's warping for when he starts. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It might have been like 36 frames, assuming that you hit him perfectly on the spot, which you would not. But it might have been, you know, close to half a second. I think you always want to do it when he's going for a lightning cycle. Or like the best you can. You don't want to put yourself at risk of getting hit by a blue ball projectile. Although, in this case, where you're missing half a heart, the extra damage wouldn't add any more refill frames. The hearts are just a 10 frame flat, regardless of how much of the heart you're missing. I take aggressive spins sometimes if I'm at half a heart to try to get a good boost towards the center or the lightning spot. And like I'd hit him towards the center here as well, just in case. Like, yeah, you got punished there, but it's like you can't predict what's actually going to happen. I'm pretty sure we get 2 blue balls, so we don't care. So this one, I'd be hitting him towards the center as well. Or I might even be... I don't want to give you this advice, because when you get hit, you're going to get mad at me. You can... When you're below him... Like, this is just a line. Ignore the line. If you're spinning from this side and below him, it's, like, safe. If you're spinning from this side and below him, it's not as safe. You need to be a little more careful. So I would hit him towards this. I'd be trying to hit him that way. In case you get 3 blue balls, you save a little bit more time. And something I suggest maybe watching is like the Tampa task or something where he does Aga and he gets like perfect warps. And you can visually see the difference. Also, I don't think I'm going to get through all this today. I'll try my best, but we'll see. So we do auto-splitting. So we don't have to worry about manually splitting that bullshit. You lost more time than what you saved by doing the movement like that isn't actually faster than just going this way. But I do what you did, and I find it easier. But the problem is you exited the stairs way too far to the left. I don't think it's slower either. I think it's just not faster. I do the same thing. But the problem I have is all of this distance that you have to cover for no reason. The hell was that? Did we pray in the grass? Yeah, I do it for that reason too. Yeah, we're praying. The run's blessed, baby. You didn't dash turn there. I don't know if that was important. If it's an on-purpose thing, or if you're just like fogging out of your mind. That was pretty good. That was really good. I have one piece of advice for this. I think that was really well done. I guess two now. Something FSG taught me was, why dash turn where? That's a good question, now that you say it. Well, because you don't... Where do we gain control? I don't know. Do you really want to walk into the slope? I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't matter. But I dash turn there. I could be wrong. I guess it's probably... The variables are like... depending on how well your dash is. I would compromise and hold down right. I was just... Internally, my brain thinks that like down's the worst, and I don't have any real justification. If your dash is perfect, then it shouldn't. I'm not sure. Anyway, you can ignore that advice if you want to. So the thing I wanted to actually touch on was... You can... When you're going through here... So you can be holding upright already. Like the whole way through here, you can be holding upright. And once you pass that corner, you can do a little upward movement. Like not enough to touch this wall, but just move cardinal up a tiny bit. And it helps make this guy get stuck on the ledge instead of like being scary. And one other thing is, if you end up nudging either of these, it makes it a better chance to get like the best Kiki thing, like being on the grid, but it's not important. Like I don't purposely go for that, but a nudge makes the Kiki thing better. I didn't look at your Kiki hop. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say before I saw that, I tend to cut this one, like, you can lift the pod there. And what I'll do, depending on how I notice that I lift the pod, like, you lifted it pretty high. So I would, like, let's see what you did. You went slightly too fast, which really the problem was you lifted the pot too high. So just be aware of that. Yeah. We learned our lesson by messing up. Okay, I'm not sure. You can, if your movement is really good here, you can get shot by like the fireballs or whatever. And I think if you had dash turned here, you might have incurred that. So I don't dash turn that one. I do something similar to what you did. You can only get shot if you're too high. Fox is probably right. That was good. one thing that I probably should have mentioned earlier is I said that I don't know which drop you're on the miscellaneous pack. I only do the bird dash in the Lost Woods if I'm on the arrow or the bomb. And it's specifically so if this guy gets in your way, like I'm not sure what you do, but if he's like here, what I do is I slash him and then I don't quick hop. And if the drop drops, I usually get it. It's like a little consolation prize for getting fucked. You slash and non-quick. Okay. If you do the slash quick hop, you won't get the drop. But you'll save like 3 frames. I waited until I didn't say anything the first time through this room. But you're too far left here. And at some point you can start holding right. Or like upright rather. But you're doing it too late. You lost, no, I guess you didn't. But you're doing it really late. I would be holding upright. Right here. You don't want to lose any diagonal walking, if you can help it. Unless it's for something better, like big dashing. I think that was fine enough for your skill level. And I'm pretty sure you're pretty adamant about not dropping the mushroom, so I won't touch that. You want to fix the stair lag. I'll just show it to you once. The key? I'll show this too. I don't know what to do if that guy blocks you. If you want to know, you'll have to look at FMG. I forgot. I tried to do this fast, just so you can see like what a good time is. I think you can get a sub 9. Daddy's back. So yeah, hold right for 2 frames. Or you can go the other way if you want. Diagonal the whole way until you're clear of the chest. What Airy does is he menus here to the mirror. To make sure he doesn't over or undershoot the chest. And you'd want to make a visual cue for what's good. Yeah, the menu, that specific menu is a little... It's not that useful, so you can just put it wherever. But you did a lot of anti-pumps there. Let's count them one more time. Then I'll drop it. 1, 2, 3, because you end up touching the wall, so that's an anti-pump. 4, because we went back to Cardinal. 5, 6. And then we nudged a bunch. So you'd save quite a bit of meaningful frames if you clean that up. And like, it doesn't matter in that one spot, but if you do it everywhere, you'll save handfuls of them. That was good. It didn't look like we dash turned that. So you can push this block a little earlier too. You don't have to be the whole way up. And what you can do is, when the block is pushing, you can get the rest of your upward movement while it's moving. Like you'd be able to move this way a little while it's going, which is like, it doesn't mean much. You want to push the block as early as possible. And it looks like we didn't dash turn. No, we didn't. You can't grab that block. You can start dash turning whenever. Here's probably the best time. It's like when the block is 3/4 of the way out of your way. You can do it in some of the blocks in Swamp too. Alright, that's good. And again, those things don't matter that much. But it's just like when you do them everywhere, then they start to matter. I'm gonna derail slightly here. So you're 2 pixels away. You're 1 pixel away. What? Hold on. I don't know the buttons. I'm sorry. So you're 1 pixel away. So what I would do here is you tried to get a diagonal. I would do cardinal because, like, let's say you overshoot by a frame. You'll be 2 pixels below, and that means you can do 1 frame up to hit the spot. And if you overshoot by 2 frames cardinally down, you can do 2 frames up to hit the spot. So I wouldn't do a diagonal for a 1 framer because it helps, like, the position you're in. If you're in like a multiple of your movement pattern away from the spot cardinally, it's better to do the cardinal because it helps keep you lined up if you're close. I don't know if that made sense. It's kind of similar to the Ice Palace bomb jump where you just kind of want to hit the pixel instead of like creep your way towards it because you might give up on one of the potential spots to land on. Yeah, it's probably not important for you. And if I had to dumb it down, I would just say that trying to diagonal to the 1 pixel movement wasn't very helpful. Because if you overshoot it by a frame, then you have to do a 1 pixel up, which is harder. Let's see what you do here. If you diagonal into this door, like you diagonaled, so you're moving 1 pixel per frame this whole way. See, you swap to up and you're getting suctioned in. It's not important. It saves like 3 frames or something. I say either try harder or just ignore it. Yeah, doing the door cleanly is very hard. That was good. One thing I'd say is I like to try to time the mirror presses, but it seems like other people don't, so. Mounting. Oh, good. I just want to see that again. It looked like you did it right that time. No, we didn't. We hate dash turning on blocks. On this screen, I like to hold upright. Oh, you're doing it. Okay. That was good. I'll just explain it because I said it. The reason I hold upright is like the more that you overshoot, the less punishing it is if you're diagonaling. They're just made different there, yeah. Alright, that could probably be cleaned up a little, but I wouldn't stress about it very much. I think you had the sexy statue lineup, which I don't have any cues for. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is okay. And then you bailed on it, or don't ever go for it. I don't think I even learned it until I had a 125. I just did my best. But I just wanted to point it out since we're here. You can... When you're in here, you can be double pumping the walls and pushing the statue. And one more thing I just saw. When the switch triggers, you can switch to down left. And what I see is you lost some diagonal movement right here. Bypassing this corner. You're walking, you're taking wide right turns like a semi-truck. I don't have much input on this room. That was like mildly slow, but I think just getting through is fine. I did worse strats at your level for that. That's pretty fine. That's disaster mimics? Okay. Oh, I hear the neighbor kids, they're screaming. That was weird. We didn't diagonally move there either. I do the thing where I face left before I enter the room, but I kind of think it's a scam and don't recommend it. But you can still move diagonally here. Like, touching the left mole is not a detriment. You just want to get over there as fast as possible. You lost some movement by double cardinaling like the uncle would. And one thing, I'll note it now. You have to be flush with the mole if you're hammering to the left. You have to be touching it or the hammer won't work. If you're 1 pixel away, it fails. I noticed you were talking about this on somebody's stream. About getting recoiled backwards off the turtle when you hit him. You can be... Okay, yeah. I look at Link being in here. That's my cue. The hammer. Yeah, your stream. Yeah. You were talking about somebody, though. Alright, that was good. One thing I wanted to note that I see you do. You're going really far left here. And something I do is, from the spin, I'll go, like, up, cardinal up just a little bit at some point. I forget exactly when I do it. But you're too far left. You're inside of the turtle. And it compounds because you walk too far left, so it means you have to walk even more to the right. It's probably like 5 or 6 frames. Yeah, I'm not going to give you any cues. I'm just going to say that. Because I don't have any either. You can hold diagonal out of this door. Upright. You're losing some frames by not diagonaling immediately. No, it's not true. Not in this scenario. I lied. But you should still do it. You've recoiled off those turtles, which I guess is probably just an accident. I just want to see your D-pad inputs real quick. It looks like we're preemptively moving left, and I would discourage that. But it depends on your skill level. Like for me, any wasted movement in the fight is kind of bad. Oh, that was weird. You moved like 1 pixel. Yeah, I would try to read his position before moving any direction except for up. And I did this before, but the area in which you want to stand in the fight is like in here. If you're outside of this zone, or probably more like this. We'll make it a trapezoid. Yeah, read what he's doing before you move. So you don't want to do extra walking. But I think your fight is a little bit different than mine, just from skill level difference. Okay, we just missed the spin speed, I guess. It's hard to judge the fight because it's kind of like it's very off the rails. I can't make a singular suggestion other than like don't be 30 seconds ahead and lose your mind. I'm gonna watch it one more time. I don't know if I have any advice beyond like don't mess up. No, the 1 frame diagonal wasn't bad. But it was just if he'd went to the right, you'd have to move back to the right to chase him. So this is a little... Right here, I would have hammered from here, but I would have delayed a tiny bit to wait for the ball below you to disperse. But that might be above your pay grade, but I just wanted to mention it. Because you ended up getting hit, which I guess this was... we walked into it. but I don't think that's like a normal occurrence, and that it's a byproduct of the spin speed mistakes. I would say if you have any questions, you can ask me, but I don't know. That wasn't a good fight to go off of. I don't know if I should show any, or if you just... I think your normal fight doesn't need any work, and you just don't want to mess up, probably. You guys are getting paid? I'm rich, baby. And we save time, so... It really helps the stream. It's a good dash. Alright, we nudged the tree by one pixel. What I do here is... I cut this diagonally. And you might have an arbitrary fear of it from when you were worse, because you were probably cutting your dash here and getting a hit. But I touched that, and it aligns you to go down here and not be nudging anything. Because if we watch what you do, let's see what you do. We're nudging the slope. You lost potentially 1 frame. That was a little bit passive. You could have hammer dashed earlier, but I wouldn't. It's not a big deal. Alright. We dashed too low. You lost time by dashing, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're gonna... Okay, we almost nudged the stump as well. Oh, you don't do the quick warp thing. I'm not sure what your method is. It looks like you're on the quick warp, but you didn't do the camera thing that I do, so I don't know. You can buffer the start press. When the swirls are almost done, like you see the fade, the white stuff from the fade is gone, and the swirls are nearly done. You can... Oh, you did press it. What? You didn't hold it. You're mashing it. Okay. If you press and hold it right before the transition's done, you'll get a first frame menu. Yeah, it's like Frog Door. You don't need the diagonal here. I'm not sure what we're doing. We're walking extra so we can nudge, I guess. You have a big range to dash down here. I think it's like in here. You can dash down and it's all the same speed. As long as you don't nudge this or this. You have all of this room to dash down. I'm not sure what you're saying. Which part? You didn't maximize your dash here. You just walk right, dash down. He's trying to avoid grabbing the tree. You have a lot of space to not grab the tree. You have tons of space. And we nudged this. So like we walked too far. And then we nudged, so like we doubled down on the time loss. No, your dashing is limited by this. And it's the same height the whole way, following those lines. Something to note about this screen is these guards are affected based on your X position. And what I do is if I see this guy is moving upward, I'll dash until I cut this fourth bush here. Because if you go too quickly, you'll get hit by the green guy's sword. That was a good dash cancel there. I want to see what you're doing on the screen. Okay, that's good. I just want to see if we tested the spin speed or not. Okay, we did. Alright. We're drunk driving, but it's fine. I want to see one more thing. Okay, we did the dash turn. I remember being, like, flabbergasted when Aerie said that you could dash turn there. And I'm like, what? No way. Okay. You did good. Oh, that was unfortunate. I don't have much to say about the screen. If you cut your dash before you go hit the transition, it saves lag frames, like the Zora thing, because your sword isn't out. I don't particularly like that menu. I don't think it's any different than just cutting your dash with downright. But that being said, there's not... What Fox does, he uses the menu right here to try and cut his dash really late. That's probably the best use of it. I use it dashing to the right here. I think it sucks, but that's just where I do it. Also, this hammer dash only saves 10 frames compared to dashing down and just pounding this. And something I want to say in general is, let's say you're here and you accidentally like dash instead of item dash. It's faster to continue your dash than it is to retry the hammer dash. And it's same for the hammer bridge. Like if you don't get the hammer dash, you just want to dash down a little bit away from the enemies and then retry it. I mean, that's fine. We didn't get lagged. You can hold right entering this screen, the south door. And the way that you can tell is, if somebody's doing that or not is if you hold right or left here, it'll kill the pushing animation. And you wasted some time walking too far up, like you didn't maximize your dash fully. I don't think I do that dash there. I guess it's faster. I don't have any opinion on it. Something I do here that I saw Josh RTA do is when I'm getting close to this ledge, there's a multiple pixel leniency where you can hop from. So I'll start moving diagonally down left, so I don't spend time walking into the wall, which you only lost like a frame or two, which is good. Something to note, I look at this bar of gray becoming visible. That's like my visual cue that I'm low enough to not overshoot the chest going downward. It looked like you didn't stay on the grid there. I normally hold up entering the screen. You don't have to. It's nice if you kill that blue guy, which you did, because that helps reduce the lag, especially if this guy wants to fucking shoot and be an asshole. Yeah, diagonal's fine. I'm not going to criticize any particular way. That was good. Something I noticed for myself. That was unlucky, I guess. something I noticed for myself is I used to cut the dash like here, and then I realized I could take it the whole way to the wall. So you did kind of get fucked here. How bad was it? That's probably better than avoiding it in this situation because you got in the door frame, so you didn't get knocked backward. I guess that's probably fine. I don't know. But I'm usually watching that guy for bullshit. And that's kind of like a good description of what this game is. Where, like, there's, you know, there's almost 600 rooms and there's 600 different things that can fuck you if you don't know about them. So this is a bastard door too, which it looks like you know this one. It's not that slow. I'm pretty sure you always default to the bottom path. I guess it's fine. The baby strat that I like is to just walk out here and blindly use the hammer. And on this specific RNG, it would have killed this thing, and you could dash through here and be faster. I don't know. I like it. I'll show it a couple times. I think I learned it. It's like slightly slower than just doing the room super fast. Next one. Alright. Not a good example. I think that's a pretty good. I want to see how bad is it to go the bottom every time. It was like half a second. I probably did it worse than you did though. It might be worth looking into. Okay. Oh, you took the upper path. That wasn't... What you did wasn't that slow. I want to watch this, and then I want to see what happened, but I have a good idea. I think you might have pressed A. Like, you got a frame perfect dash. Oh, you pressed up and A on the same frame? That's why your dash didn't go? You gotta stagger them. Hey, video gaming. The problem with the strat is people ask, what are you hammering? Fuck them. Also, you can't dash up here, I don't think. Yeah, we noticed. We had some... Wait, what? Oh, is that safe, or is that because you hit the guy? I don't know if I have meaningful advice here. We flubbed up. So, okay. Assuming you did this correctly, and, like, got over here, another frame, and went up, the next course of action would have been to dash up through here and cleanly get through the door. So, like, the beginning mistake kind of spiraled. Like, you had a shot if you didn't mess up, kind of thing. But at this point, it's just... We've just lost, like, 7 seconds or something. It's the way she goes. You don't have to face right here. The spiral staircase, there's no stair drag on it. But you do have to switch the cardinal up at some point. I don't think I have anything to comment on there. One thing I would say is you can take note of the cricket positions in here because they'll be the same when you leave. and sometimes they're in dangerous positions for your dash out. You can see, like, if one of the crickets stops, like, right here, as you're dashing along, he can come down and beat you out of your dash. So it's worth just having a peek. Hey, daddy. It looked a little slow. Not that bad, I guess. No, it's fine. It's good. Uh-oh. What happened there? Let me look again. Yeah, we just... Okay, it's fine. Just a mistake. Oh, we're drunk. What? I can't tell what's happening. Let me go frame by frame. Wait. Up left makes you go in the door? I don't think I knew that. Probably if you had moved one frame up, this wouldn't have happened. I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah. I just... I can't remember if this bomb is like... This is a safety bomb, right? I did look at the inputs, but It's fine. Yeah, somewhat a safety. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. I think... I wouldn't put you in jail for taking that bomb. Did we stop? Or is that just my computer being shit? No, it's the second thing. See, I think yeah. I think this 3 slashes is bad. I see people get fucked by the 2 slashes sometimes, and they're like, well, 3 must be better, and it's not really. I'll show you what I do. No, I'm not gonna, I'll show it on your feed. I do if I want to go a little slower than the 2 slashes, I'll walk diagonally down here. And then this way, while doing the 2 slashes, and that wastes just a tiny bit extra more time. Opposed to doing a whole 3rd slash. That was kind of... I don't know if I have a lot of input on that. Other than I don't think 3 slashes has any real benefit. Most people, if you're doing this strat, most people will hold upright on the D-pad until they have control. Like, while the screen is loading, you're holding upright. You're not canceling the stair lag. Just hold upright. For whatever reason, it works better for this strat. This doesn't look like a thing that you practice, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. I used to, until I had a mid 123, I just did the strat where I went over here and hammered the pot or lifted it. I don't think doing what you're doing is, in this particular instance, I don't think this was very good or helpful, and I don't think you need to upgrade beyond the base strat, unless you severely want to. What's the base strat? You just You just walk right. I'll just show you, I guess. Not much. What's the base strat with you? So you hold right, and then you do have to go up there. So I'll do it in real time. Cancel stair leg, touch the top wall, touch the right wall, go in the door. Ugh. So I don't think... Sometimes you have to deal with that guy, and that's like the big problem with the basic strat. I also don't think... I don't think I need to watch this. I've only seen you mess it up very rarely. And like it was obvious what happened. You could maybe use this menu to help you somewhere. What I do is... This is one of the few spots I don't dash turn. I'll ream this bottom wall, and then I'll turn right. But you could also use the menu, like, here. So we nudged the gate by a tiny bit, but we cut our dash really super huge early. Crop dusting. I end up getting too close to the frog a lot, but you have a bigger talk range if you're holding a D-pad direction. So like forward. Like if you were holding forward here, this would work. This position would work, but you're idle, so it doesn't. You can use all the face buttons to mash there. And for the next text box, you can use... Alright, hold on. This is the frame that you have control of Link. And what I'm looking for is the item box to be visible. That's the frame you can press dash. Like when I enter a screen like this, I'm looking solely at the item box. And you don't need to, you can just hold up here and press A to talk to the guy. You don't need to cut your dash. And you can use all the buttons to mash the text except for the sword button once you've given the sword. And I think we lost our minds a little bit, it's fine. We're distracted by woodpeckers. You want to dash out of that room. You walked both times, so I'm not sure if we're aware of that. And if you can, you want to enter this from the top. But we also cut our dash. For some reason, I think there was some brain happening. Yeah, you don't want. I think I said that you don't want to use the sword button after you turn in the sword. You can use the sword button while your sword is still out, but on the text box after it's turned in, you can no longer use it. For the dialogue, instead of mashing the last buttons, like you know the audio cue where it goes like boop boop boop, and that's when you can cut the dialogue. I wait for that, then I press down LRA instead of trying to mash all the buttons. I try to time it. No fence dash, no problem. That dash is real, so you shouldn't be trying so hard to optimize it that you don't get it at all. I also don't know what that means. Does that mean... Oh, okay. I think he means, like, it's... You want to get the dash no matter what. Versus, like... Yeah. Compared to Saha, where you just kind of try for it, and if you miss, you just walk. Like, you still want to dash out of the smith, even if you blow it. I think you had some trouble with this screen recently. I think you scienced it out, and I don't think I need to... I'll just point to it. This is the bad spot where the guy stands, and it's unsafe. Or wait, it's like a step further, right? Am I dumb? Am I wrong? Hold on. Where's the spot? It's the other side. Is it that one right there? Okay. I'm helpful. Yeah. So, like, right here, probably. My bad. I can't wait to get hit there again. I had a lot of trouble with that screen for a long time as well. I see that you're nudging here. I don't think that's very necessary. I know you're trying to maximize your dash, I guess, but... I would prioritize going higher over nudging. You can, once you're flush with this thing, you can dash up safely and not get fucked. You don't need to go the whole way to the inside of the ribcage. Yeah, I lied to Fox more. I was a worse player then. Okay. I thought you were gonna get fucked there. Something I do, and I don't know if it's like... When I see that guy goes really far down, my movement from the pot will be like more cardinally to try to bait the guy to, like, I don't know. I thought that was very scary, and he was going to be stuck on the left side of the statue, and I think he almost was. I'm gonna say... I thought this was a neutral dash, but maybe I'm wrong. And if you're fast enough, you can dash up here too. But I think it requires you to, your first dash, to be cut really low. But oftentimes I don't do it, so you can ignore me. And that mirror text box as well too, I would cancel it, not with just the mirror button. Yeah, I hate the second dash too. Alright, that's good. That's mostly good. The edges of the skull mouths cause door drag if you diagonal into them. So you did a pretty good job of avoiding it and not reaming into the side too much. I just want to see your D-pad here. Alright, I was just seeing how long you're holding down for, because you have had issues with that bomb jump setup. One thing I would say is, from here, you can see that, like, you're safe. You can't get fucked. So you can hold diagonal this whole way and touch all the things, and it's better. But sometimes it's nice to be facing to the right. But like you lost time going around this corner. And you can start diagonaling, like, right here. You can hold down right. So you did a few extra inputs here for, like, no real benefit. If you overthink or underthink the bomb jump setup, I can fuck it up, yeah. Yeah, I like facing right on the bomb, too, and you can spam your sword, and, like, sometimes the furthest range of your slash hitbox might hit the guy. It's nice. Ooh, whoa. You want a cardinal into the pit? And you want to... Like, this is the earliest you can go into the pit, but it's bad. Because you'll pit state clip into this thing, and you'll slip, which is slow. But right here, you just want to hold down. I'm bad with the stray dots. We also stood still in the door frame. So don't do that either. Alright, that was pretty good. That was good too. For a long time, I used to anti-pump here. I used to switch the cardinal down, and you don't need to. And that was good too. I like that in places like this, like, you touch the block, you get a free pump. Turn left to get a free, well, potential pump. Diagonal into the statue, get a potential pump. It's a lot easier and, like, efficient compared to pumping your dick off. So I said this before, you don't need to be idle here, but if you're fine with it, then whatever. You could probably work on that screen a tiny bit and incorporate some more. I should just, like right here, you're neutral on the D-pad, you should be holding left, so you cancel with an up left. I guess this worked, but like, I would call it wrong. You're not supposed to diagonal past the outside doors. I don't think I'm understanding what you're saying. For these things right here, it's basically a door frame. So you don't want to upwardly diagonal into them. You can downward. You can downward diagonal 4 pixels to bypass them. You just don't want to diagonal towards them, as if it were a door. You want to clear them fully, and then... anything that's 8 pixels wide will give you the the drag, like the rail nubs and stuff. And like in Eastern Palace, the staircases to the big key chest and the big chest, they slow you down too. And this is weird too. I would just cut my dash like here or something and just fire rod, but like I don't know. You can work on it a little bit. It seems, I would guess that you have some kind of fear of shooting the fire rod this way, because that happens to newer players. But when your movement's better, that doesn't happen anymore. So I'd probably say you could work on that screen a tiny bit. So, there's a thing you can do on this RNG. You delay your dash a little bit, which you did the right amount. And you can just keep dashing up. Or you waited too long. If you dash at the right timing, a lot of the time you'll at least unlock the door before you get hit. And then you can just walk through the guy with iframes. So like, it's hard to demonstrate. I don't know if I should try for it and waste a bunch of time. But yeah, you wanna... So, you got blocked, cut your dash, dash again, you're a little slow, and just ream into the door. I just want to see one thing. Okay. It's fine. I did that strat until mid 123. Uh-oh. What happened? You can hold up left out of this door. Not that you necessarily want to. I'm just saying it's not a detriment to be able to... Yeah, you tried to switch to up. Oh, you got to... The same thing happened. You got to... Jeez, how do you do that? You stuck in the doorway, baby. And you got like a frame perfect slash out of the door and then hit the guy. Great. Get out of the door. I don't know. It's unlucky. You didn't dash there. I assume that's intentional. I don't think I have much input. I'm assuming you don't want to move the menu to here. I said you didn't dash turn this one. You moved up first, which might be intentional. Yeah, okay. One thing I'll say is, when you dash kill this Moldorm, you do have the slash delay, like in Popo Genocide. So if you try to slash this guy too quickly, you might have a bad time. And don't touch the spike. This is a bastard door too, so you're losing frames diagonaling through the door frame. However, it's not many, and because it's a shutter door... Wait, no, it's not a shutter. Wait, no, I'm wasted. Ignore that. The problem with this screen is that you can be too fast. What I usually do is I move a little bit more to the right before I go down any. But at your skill level, like if you start running into the spike, you'll have to adjust. But I don't expect that to be an issue. Yeah, okay, you can lose the frames on purpose. Yeah, it's fine. Unlucky. Gangbang. Oh, we didn't need the... That's why I don't like the fire rod. You could have slashed him. But you panic fire rodded. Let's see. Was that 2? So 2, 2, 2, 2. You could have slashed there. 2 or 3. Wait. Yeah, I want to watch this again. So you can't get a good hit on this guy here. The conveyor's moving you away from him. So hitting him is fine. Let's see. What happened here? It looks like we were trying to poke dash, but we accidentally slashed him. You can't get a good hit here, so either waiting or slashing him is fine to make him choose to do something else. You got flubbed up by what happened. And I guess that didn't really... let me see. Yeah, you're gonna get hit here, so that's just... You're gonna get hit here. The conveyor's working against you again, so it's some bullshit, and the spike's underneath the moth. However, you could have gotten a hit right here, had you not eaten shit. Like, you could have slashed to the left, and I'm pretty sure it would have worked. And the fire rod was a detriment, because we panicked. This is a good slash to take. But I think both of the fire rods counted, anyway. Maybe. I don't know. I think... I want to watch it at full speed, like, a couple more times. But I'm pretty sure you got quite unlucky. Like, you got the double. You can't get this. You did make a mechanical mistake, but he's just... The conveyors win against you every time. And, like, now you don't want to die, obviously, so I don't know. I don't know if I have, like, a help for that. Just hope that on your good runs that doesn't happen. Well, yeah, that was, like, I don't know. You did mess up, but you did get several unluckies, so I don't know. I hate this boss fight. I think it's bullshit. Oh yeah, we don't menu. You can buffer this start menu too. And get the first frame menu, which you didn't. You can get the flute. We kind of flubbed around the sign a lot. Do you want any input on this screen? I guess you're working, so like I don't know how incredibly. Yeah, we lost a frame nudging, so like whatever. I'm gonna show what I do. It looks like you purposely went up this right side, and I'm not going to say that the thing that I do is like the best ever. Also, you stood still there after getting the quick warp. Yeah, Moth is just kind of it's the way she goes. Unless you'd done something inherently terrible, which I don't think that was true. So, I'll do the... I got the first frame menu. But I don't know if it was visible on the practice hack. Can I open the... Shit. Can I open Retro Spy real quick? I want the inputs to be active. Well, real quick meaning a few seconds. Also, I have to pee soon. I'll go over the screen, and I'm gonna dent my toilet. Is this gonna work the way I want? It goes really slow, and I don't know if it's a me issue or if it's a program issue. This seems exceptionally slow. Is it working? Cannot access... Oh, good. Sometimes the IP changes, and I don't know why. This jug. I bet that's exactly... Oh my god, it's the NES one! What have I done? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I should do that. Alright, I wanna show... Mm-hmm. So, I'm just gonna exit and re-enter and show this little segment. I want you to see the inputs for the start button press. And for this screen, you can right and down will move your cursor to the right. Up and left will move it to the left. So I do like a right down right for this. I take it pretty aggressively, but I'm confident. Oops. And I'm not suggesting you do that. I just wanted it to be known. Yeah, that's fine. Don't mess it up. So, I'll just demonstrate what I do a few times. I want to get it good at least once. Alright, I got a one frame cancel, but so I just walk to this because it's easier. I dash, and what I'm looking for is Link's ass. To be right here. This is good to dash up. If I go one frame farther or more before I menu, I'll backtrack before I dash up. And if I undershoot the spot, I'll move left. And one other thing I do is, when I'm dashing up here, I take my right hand over and press it for left. For the cancel here. So, right hand over, tap left. And on this screen, you want to move at least one pixel down before dashing. If you don't move the pixel down, Link is in the grass. He's cutting the top grass while he's running through the bottom. Which you might have already known, but I figured I'd just say it. Well, no, I didn't comment you on you neutraling. Oh, I guess I did. That's not what I meant. Hold on, let me see what actually happened. I didn't get to see it all. Yeah, you're standing still for some frames. I hold down right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you stood still for 10 frames. I just do the diagonal. I find it's easier. You can dash turn this right here. I don't do the strat, but I hold up and I dash turn right. And they might make this slope dash better, but I'm really unsure. But it just seems like that's like an intuitive good movement thing to do. That was a good rock throw. Something I look for here is during the screen transition, you're on the lowest possible pixel. But if you can see a pixel of like ground between Link's shadow and this bump, that means you're safe all the time. If you're on the lowest pixel like you are here, if the Ropa does a giant hop, he can hit you. So you want to have at least one pixel of ground showing if you want to ensure that you're safe. And you do move up anyway. But that's a better thing to look for. I'm pretty sure the one pixel is good. I didn't explain it very well. Yeah, but I'm saying if you get the slope dash where you're not totally aligned with the bottom, you don't need to move up. Okay. In my first 123, I got hit on the screen twice. We missed our dash. So I guess this would be like your visual cue to dash. You could probably practice the screen a little because we missed this dash. We overshot this one. And when we grab the rock, you don't need to switch the cardinal down. You can keep holding down right. And now you're nudging the giant pile of brick things. This screen, a lot of us will be holding up left here until we see Link move like one frame. And it tends to make the slope dash better. It's not that important, but I think it's easier and better. Quick Fish is a scam. Same thing there. I'd cancel the text with something other than Y. And I'd press like up LR Y in that order. Shoulder and Y? Yeah, I guess. Do you try to cut this dash here? If you don't have your sword out, you'll save lag frames. And something I do is... Okay, if you don't try, it doesn't matter. But something I do is I bring my right hand over and just try to tap the D-pad. And if you get a quick tap, then you don't actually move any... move any on your X position. Okay, that wasn't great, but it was probably adequate for your skill level. I'm not gonna say all the visual cues because I don't know them. So you undershot this dash by quite a bit. And you undershoot this dash by quite a bit. This is fine. This one, it's faster if you're a little bit higher because you're dashing on the grass. Like when you're dashing in the water, you're just moving 25% slower. And this one, if you can, you want to, on this dash down, you want to be connecting with the grass too. But it's like, that's minimal. I don't even know if it's faster. That was a good one. From here, you don't need to move right any. You can, like, dash here. You went pretty low there. And that was good. And this one was weird. You cut your dash, you can just... As long as you make it past this thing, it's fine. And if you're like really, really, really far over to the right, you'll just have to hold left to pick up the flippers. But that's pretty... You'll know it if you're that far over. That was good. That was pretty high. I want to look at something I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, neutral dash is good there. Which I'm guessing you already knew. And you can cut this one too. This dash. I usually try to look for, if you're concerned with it, I try to look for Link passing under this rock, and then I just tap the D-pad with my right hand. Oh, that was weird. Once it looked like we didn't swim, so I'm not sure. It looked like right right when we tried to swim, it just propelled us instantly. This screen could probably be a part of a more, like when you practice, this could probably be part of the screen practices. And depending on how you, if you come out on this side, I would try to line up with the staircase before entering the water. And if you come out on this side, I try to follow this line to diagonal to the ladder. I know I called it a staircase and a ladder, but I'm ignorant. I don't want to pick at this too much because I'm kind of bad at it. But I think, let me see. Yeah, I think something's weird. I usually just hold left until I do the first slash. I guess that's what I'm seeing. And we oh, we neutraled the D-pad. Typically you want to be holding, like, you know, you'd be coming this way, you'd be holding either down left or up left, depending on how good your movement was. And then you'd tap the A button, and then you'd alternate to the upright diagonal. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe they meant down before you touch the ice. That seemed pretty jank, so I'm not sure. Alright. I'm pretty sure we know what to, I think we were ruminating on the prior room. Yeah, okay. One thing I would say here is, when you touch this switch, your next input that you can buffer is upright. But I won't go over this because you just lost your mind, that's all. We were stewing. We did dash turn that one. I want to see it again, though. Hell yeah. Okay. They're made different. That was fine, I guess. I don't know if it's worth putting that room into some kind of practice. This seems pretty flaily. Let's look at that. What I do here, and I'm not suggesting that you blindly do it, is I'm holding cardinal right, leaving the door until I get to a certain point. Which I don't remember where it is. I think you're doing too much to place the bomb. Too many inputs. You don't really need to face up like that. The bomb has a square hitbox, which you went over on your stream recently. Something. Let me get a different color. It's gonna blow up something like this. That's a little generous. But that means you can place it down here. And the corner of the explosion will hit it. So I think you could look at this room again. And maybe try to copy what some other players that aren't me do. And there's also... going all the way over here and then slashing the switch isn't really doing anything. Other than, like, the beam is hitting it instead of your sword, so you're saving 3 frames. But I'm pretty sure the beam just hits it anyway. And I also think the amount of time you wasted at the beginning part of the room directly affected this right here. Had you been smoother at the beginning, you would have squeezed by that guy. But that's like a pretty, you know, it's easy to say in retrospect. But I think this should be reevaluated. I guess I'll show you what I do a little bit. That's probably a room that I should show. Slash him. What do I do? That was slow. Oops. So that was pretty fast. That was pretty lucky and pretty fast. The D boost is good if it's free like that. That was blatantly free. But I would say don't do it without practicing. I'll try to break it down a little better. So I'm holding Cardinal right. And I'm looking at this asshole to see what he does. If he sparks right away, that means you can, like... he won't be sparking when you get up there. You know. Anyway. Uh-oh. Runs over. That was bad, but it wasn't a disaster. Oh, I see why you do that. You could still do something like that. You don't need to be way over here. I guess I missed. And something about this guy, if he's beaming, you can slash him from the right. And sometimes the beam will hit him instead of your sword. Uh-oh. This isn't a very helpful demonstration. No, it's not. I wanted to see how likely it is for, like, the beam to hit the... Well... Anyway, you can definitely do that. And if this guy up here is scary at all, you have to delay your bomb drop. I don't know how to hit him like that. Maybe I'm too close. And that wasn't safe either, so this isn't very helpful. We're gonna we're gonna go back to scrutinizing you instead of me. Yeah, anyway, we had a bad time. That was a little passive. Not sure what we stopped for. You probably could have beat the little squirrely things, whatever they're called, and still dashed after. When this conveyor is going... When the conveyor's going to the left, you can hold diagonal this whole way, unlock the door, and then hold the diagonal to go in. I'm gonna show that once. Oh no. So, I'm gonna hold diagonal. It didn't work. Let me try again, but not mess up the room. I'm waiting for it to... You see how I snapped into the door? What did I hit, anyway? I just want to do it one more time. Well, I didn't try to single beam that time. Oh wait, yes I did. I don't know. Sometimes it's really hard, or even impossible. Alright, that's fine. Sometimes it tricks you into thinking you can do it, and then you get destroyed. So yeah, you could have done the snap into the door there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that was... I'm surprised that missed. You were really late, but... I'm just gonna... I'll draw the diagram that I made. This is what my movement looks like. That's... The corners are where I change my direction. So I hold left until the first green circle. Then I hold down left until the second one. And then I hold down while I release the spin. Okay, I guess you were like barely out of range, which I'm surprised by. I'm not sure if you're interested in upgrading that. I say it's probably not worth it. Yeah. something... This is a tiny thing that doesn't matter. But I wouldn't menu while you're lifting the rock. Just because I'd want the rock lift to be the same amount of time every time, so I can time my throw. That being said, I'm pretty sure that's where I do the menu. It's a similar thing to, like, after the big key in GT, and you're dashing off that first ledge after you mirror. I wouldn't swap to the bow there either, because I want the hop to be like the same length. I would do it where it's like totally idle if possible, like falling down the hole or somewhere prior to it. I'm pretty sure you're not giving up the mushroom. I was just going to say that eventually you could swap your menus to not include the mushroom, but I think we're on that mushroom life. So you can buffer this start menu as well to the flute. No, I don't feel... I'm too responsible to teach you the bird dash there. Something I do here. If this guy does the down RNG, I will shoot a beam at him before dashing right. And it also gives this guy time to do something that's not counterproductive. And also, sometimes this guy can go down and then left and fuck you. It's fucking bullshit, but it's pretty rare. See, the beam would have helped there, but that's like a pretty... You also have your menu to the mirror available for something here. Whether you want to do that or not, it's up to you. Yeah, we can diagonal off those stairs. If you're doing the Kaz node quick warp, you do cardinal against this. And you go, like, up here, and then just press left and hit the warp. You don't know these quick warps. I'll just show you what I do. It's probably... I'll show you the easy way. I'll show you both ways, actually. So, buffer the start press. What I do for the free bird dash is I call the bird before moving. I walk to this green, the dark green bar, and once the second part of the flute jingle plays, I dash left. Yeah, I wasn't far enough right. I just want to time the difference, I guess, compared to standing still. 1246. 1224. So it saves a little bit if you think it's worth it. That was the scary RNG on this guy. That's why I paused. Oh, my pumping is not warmed up. I'm going to show you both quick warps. The first one is to avoid this slope, like don't touch it. And you want to be directly under the warp, and you'll get it. That's like the fastest way. Airy does that. And people will use the menu to the mirror to help align it. I'm not very good at this method. I want to hit it once. So they do something like that. And then you can neutral dash here to try to get the quick warp for free or actually have a queue or whatever. The Kaz node quick warp is you purposely cardinal into this. You just overshoot that and you cardinal. It's pretty self-explanatory. You just have to make sure... Wait, are you supposed to touch this too? Is that part of it? I forget. Yeah, I forgot that part. Touch this. Touch the slope. It's pretty easy. For whatever reason, the combination of touching those things helps change the camera to something good. So that's probably worth putting in, especially compared to what you did. Pretty easy and pretty fast. It's barely slower than the other strat. And I guess, since you didn't get the quick warp, there's no reason to neutral dash here. And you didn't maximize that dash either. You're doing a sweeping diagonal, which I guess some of it is like fear of the Kirby idiot. But you could probably work on these sets of screens, excluding the pumping. Yeah, Kirby's cringe. Oh, you should do this bird dash too. It's free. You just walk down here while you're calling the bird, and then dash. I can show you, I guess. It's very easy. You just you just call the bird while walking. It's not very precise. Oh, 1 second. And then just dash at some point. Can you explain the inputs leading up to the tablet? Not really. Let me get back there. I'm fast. I'm so good at this. Bye. I didn't do that right, but just ignore it. So I noticed, I'm gonna do it the same way as you. I want to see something actually. So you could do like the all dungeons thing here. So anyway, I don't really have precise movements for like the NMG method. And I'm normally already on the book, so I don't have a menu to use. I don't think I have anything helpful other than you can read the tablet from here. I'm trying to make it fast, but I don't know. Yeah, I moved up. Alright, I don't think that's worth it. Don't do that. I don't think I explained it very well. I don't think there's anything to explain. You just read the tablet. I don't think I've seen anybody do anything that's like, oh wow, that's so super good. Just don't mess up. Yeah, a little disappointed. Yeah, I don't think there's any magic to be had there. But yeah, just do the free flute dash. That was a little scary. You could have slashed the guy, I guess. But you did wait, so that's probably fine. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but underneath, different color. Underneath the back of the statue, there's like no grass, so you walk a little bit faster. And like you did it right there, but on this screen, you want to get behind the statue as fast as possible. You're walking through the grass too much. See, you just got out of it now. I would say at a general glance, you can probably look at these screens. A lot of people will do... They'll walk diagonally here. And I think it's because... I just do it for fun, but I think it's because we're on the grass. You walk diagonally for one frame. You did. Do you have to? But yeah, you had some kind of hiccup here. Where you nudged into this. Very confident. I'm not sure what your visual cues are for the quick warp, but you have the one that I use. I look at the edge of the dam in conjunction with the menu. Yeah. And either one pixel or both pixels showing. I'm just saying if those kinds of things happen frequently, you could probably practice it a tiny bit more. Oh, good. So, for reference, I'm looking to be like 10 seconds faster entering Swamp, but you, like, admittedly didn't have a good overworld. We got the rupee. Let me have a quick peek here. Something I see Zelna do is he hammers. Oh shit! He hammers this pot just because it delays you long enough to like pick up the bomb, so you don't have to do some arbitrary standing still. But I also don't think you needed that bomb. You should have just got the restock room. That bomb's fine, but I don't know. At 15 arrows, you get that bomb and skip restock. Yeah, but if you... Let me think. No, I think you're right. 15 arrows, assuming... Yeah, okay. But that would mean you have to get everything in GT. You'd have 4 or 5 or 6 leaving Vidi. You'd skip the TR arrows. And you'd get... Yeah, that's probably right. That's right. 20. No, it's not. Because we're getting the hook dash arrows. So we'd have 10 to 12. No, if you do it this way... If you do it this way, you have to get the pot arrows in Turtle Rock, which are quite bad. Because you're going to get the hook dash arrows, which will put you at 20. If we assume you use 10 on Vidi, you'll have 10 more. So you'll get the 5 in TR, which stink. The free 5 in GT. And then the mic arrows. I don't think the TR arrows are very good. It's all compared to getting the bomb and the arrows here in the restock room. But maybe somebody can correct me. And it's like not very important. Oh, I didn't look at the thing I wanted to see. I think the TR arrows are worse than the entire restock room. Like, if you get the bomb and the arrows in the restock room, opposed to, like, the bomb that you got here. If you weren't getting the bomb, I would, I don't know. Also, you don't technically need the bomb, but, like, obviously, you don't need to min-max your bomb count to save 10 frames at your level. But it is a thing. You do need the bomb. Well, 4. Meyer backup plus ice. Well, backup isn't a need. But I don't blame you. I don't think you want to do that dash. I want to see what happened here. So... yeah, I agree. I'm just saying need isn't the right word. If you're slow when you jump down here... let me just... You shouldn't need to slash this guy. You can do something else. And you don't want to do this dash. But that dash is bad in conjunction with slashing the guy. And I can go there and show a couple things. But it's easier to explain in real time. So the first thing I'll do is, if that guy just moves like, that's a dangerous spot. So I'll move a little bit and then walk. And the slower you are at the beginning of this, the easier the second guy is to deal with. So I'm going to be slow. So you can just dash right past him. If you're fast, let's say I just dash right away, I do something like that to bait him not in my path. There is some scenario where you're dashing along and he just hits you out of your dash right here and it's bullshit. You should just kill him the next time, but not always. No, not always. I would say it barely affects it. Sometimes you'll kill him doing this, sometimes not. Maybe always? I'm not sure. And then... Also, while I'm here, you want to nudge this pot when you dash. It gives you the best jump off of this. Oh, I haven't played in a while. I don't recall that guy being alive. I recall this guy being alive. I don't think that you need to go out of your way to kill this one, but I'm not totally positive. This guy can be an asshole if he's still alive. But not always. You can usually outplay him. It's good to watch the fire bar and see, like, there's a chance that in this scenario he can block the door. He could turn right and then down, and you'd hit him. And if you big brain it, you can cut your dash, but running into it isn't that bad either, to be honest. That was pretty good. I don't know if attempting to do the zero cycle is something you want to put in your arsenal or not. Oh, you do the thing that I do. So you did it. The thing I said about the blocks and pushing them, you did it here. You maximize these ones. This was a good one. You got the diagonal movement going up. Uh-oh. Alright, we just groped the block, it was fine. And we stood still. Let's watch this again, I want to see. Yeah, okay, that's just an accident. This block, you can push it from right here. Instead of being against the wall. We stood still on purpose? Oh. Yeah, okay, I get it. You don't need to stand still for this hammer dash. I noticed you do that. Oh, and there's the reason why. Yeah, but yeah, we were facing down when we fell. We got a weird stuff happened that's not normal. But regardless, you don't need to stand still. So yeah, you didn't nudge the pot. You got a good hop anyway, but pot nudge good. Okay. What I would do here, where he doesn't do like the sparking thing, is I would just dash this way and hope for the best. Typically, like the fire bar will hit this, and it won't be in your way, and it kind of sucks, but like it's probably quite a bit better than what you did here. And like you couldn't take the upper path. It was too risky. You would have gotten fucked. You couldn't have taken it with a dash. Uh-oh. Oh no. Let's see what happens. Oh, I think you tried to hook the key pot. If you mess up, just give up on the hook shot. You know, it really doesn't save very much time. The hook shot a tiny bit versus walking. It's probably like 5 frames. So that was unlucky. That was some horse shit. At least it was kind of good in a way because you got to pick up the pot and then got hit. Oh, is that? Alright, I want to say that your frame ruled the fire bar, because I thought you couldn't be... I don't know. Maybe you can't do it there. Maybe you were just perfectly aligned. But I would have been scared if that were my run, and I would have tried to be more to the right. I do an A press to cancel the stair leg here. You gotta practice it a little bit to get the timing. But you did get quite flubbed up on doing it the traditional way. Because everything's sticky. Oops, I want to see this. I don't have much input on the screen. I don't think... like, it looks like you tried to go up a little higher than necessary. But I don't think there's anything that's, like, actually safer. So... I don't know, you just kind of do your best and complain and you get fucked. That was good. I just want to see what you did. Alright, looks like you reamed the diagonal. That's fine. I don't think I have swimming input. I don't think it's worth the practice. That was fine. I don't think I have any help for a one-cycle Argus. You just kill the buffs. I think the dungeon was pretty good. Like the overworld was worse than the dungeon kind of thing. If you're not using the mirror menu for anything specific, I would recommend doing it during the Argus fight. When he goes up the first or second time, you can save like up to 17 frames or something by menuing while he's going up. So I'll show you. Let me back up a little faster. Once he gets to this height, if you menu, he'll continue rising off the screen. It's kind of like the opposite of the pendant catch in Desert. He still continues his action of doing whatever the fuck he's doing. And also the human error frames of trying to menu out of a cutscene. And then mash out of a menu. But that one's like, you still have to mash at some point. And you can buffer that menu as well. We're not on the quick warp. You want to be aligned with the portal, or 1 pixel to the right, and you're 2 pixels to the right. Or like 3 or something, I can't tell. Or a lot. You don't know how to fix it. Well, I mean, I don't know, just try your best. There's no punishment for not trying to fix it. Because you still have the iframes from the bird, so like you have time to squirrel around. Fixed it right off the portal. Well, okay, don't do that. I don't know. I guess you don't have to fix it, but like it's pretty free to try. Some people use the menu to help them do it, but I don't like it. something I do, which this is a good example. I'll cut this dash with a cardinal right. That way I'm facing right, and then I'll do the diagonal to the wall. And something some runners do, WQ does it, is he'll press right, and then he'll menu to the ether or to the fire rod. And what that does is minimizes the amount of time you spend walking to the right. Yeah, I like the cardinal right quite a bit. That way you don't grope the wall. I say mess with it a little if you want to. Uh-oh, what happened? Did we press it too early? I think it was one frame too early. So everything goes to shit here. I know it's I think you want to prioritize these lower guys when it goes to shit, but like that's not very helpful advice. It's a hard screen. Oh my god. And you can use the fire rod freely, like as long as you can leave this room with no magic and it's fine. Other than you don't want to watch the popos burn and make it take even longer. You can take the top path here. When you're once your dash here is initiated, the only thing you should be looking at is this space. There's nothing else important. A good backup if you miss the dash is the slash. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Flipio. Yeah, because if you... yeah, you have enough time to walk up and slash the guy, unless you're incredibly slow. You don't know what to do in the lobby here? Let me look. It looked right-ish. You just didn't take advantage of the good RNG. Just dash turn. Dash up. And you're looking... If you see this fire bar not in this vicinity, you have time to see that he's like gone over here. And you can take the top route and save 15 frames. I will say, it's pretty unimportant. You only need to be 1 pixel off the left wall to lift the spot. And, like, obviously that's nitpicking. I just wanted to give you the information. Uh-oh. So this kind of sucks that you don't have beams. I want to see what happens. Alright. It's pretty good that you didn't slash him downward. So yeah, you get the free bomb drop here. So like... you know, that's why you don't want the bomb in the front of Swamp. And obviously, like, I still agree with getting the safety bomb, but that's why I say it's, like, not needed. Because if you get that one, then you don't need to grab the one in the front of Turtle Rock. Blech, Turtle Rock. But it's only, like, you know, it's just fucking pins and needles. Let me pay a little more attention. I think this is fine enough. 106.14. If you played at a 123 level, you could have gotten a low 120. Well, yeah, low 126. That was a good dash. It's always surprising how early you can dash when you enter that room. I guess there might not be as much to comment on in the late game. In your PB, because I think it went moderately well. One thing I do here, if I'm not doing the spark gamble, is I'll menu to the hook shot here to read the stupid firebar, and like you had to stand still for a few frames to not get fucked, unless you have like a certain place you like the menu to it. I don't think that was particularly good. There's a few things here. First of all, you're going too far down. I usually look for Link to collide with this little intersection of tiles. And also trying to hookshot out of the menu is a little... I would prefer to be on the hookshot already. And you could even do it... You could do it anywhere, really. Like, during this dash might be good so you can focus on the inputs. You think your Mire is pretty good unless there are disasters. Yeah, I think your gold's pretty... It was probably better than my gold at that point, but I didn't do this route. So, wait, no, I should have... No, it would have been the same. I just did Long Swamp. Yeah, I think that's fine. Fine and good. But I would suggest probably moving this menu somewhere else. And you can work on this chest grab a little bit too. I'd probably... You can comfortably wait until Link's like aligned with these rails to cut your dash. And then you can hold up left the whole way. And it'd be a little bit more efficient. I don't know if I should show it or not. But this seemed a little clumsy. Like once you cut the dash, your input should be up left. Even, well, that was too early, I guess. But even something like here, you'd be holding up left the entire way. Because Link isn't going to go past this point until he touches the chest, and you have plenty of time to open it and do like a chest slide. So this whole screen was a little bunglesome, and you could probably save over half a second if you spent like 5 minutes in here. So I like the whole cardinal right out of here. If you don't have any problem in this room, I would suggest ignoring what I say. But I like the whole cardinal right out of the door, the whole way to the pot until I lift it. I'll just keep it to myself. I think eventually, as your movement gets better, you might have to adjust what happens in here. I don't think there was any problem with what you did. That was a good dash. Oh, right. So yeah, you prefer to stay stationary there. I don't have any problem with it. You explained it to me. As long as you're not messing up, then it's fine. Nobody hookshots that pot anymore. Isn't it bad? I also hold left out of this screen. You don't lose any time. Then I diagonal to this until I touch the block. And then I menu to the fire rod to read the Stalfos, so you don't have to slash him. But I understand that you probably want to use the fire rod for spooky stuff. Like the menu itself. So I would suggest, that was really high up. I remember seeing this in your PB, like when you did it. And like when you're that close to the spike, you can shoot directly through it. Yeah, so you might want to work on that. Just menu a little later or something. Let me look at it again. What happened? Why are we so high? Yeah, we went too low here, I think. Well, I don't know. Jeez. You could have went down a little more. Like, instead of going up like this. that was pretty close to failing. I don't know if I have good advice. I think the room is more fluid if I just don't have the menu in here. Yeah, I think it's just look at the room. I'll go through that little section, I think. Runs over. Perfect. Yeah, I'll do that now, I guess. I just held it in. I'm back, baby. I am a jug. So yeah, maybe what Flip Heel said, just facing up before. Also, something I do is, when the switch flicks, I start holding down left instead of just down. For when... Right here's an anti-pump. I think that's fine. I think you recently started doing the under torch here. Oh, didn't we mess up? Yeah. It was, you practiced it the run before. What happened? Oh, we just walked into the spike. Hey, Tara. The handsome one is on screen today. Listen, I'm the man behind the handsome one. I'm the bear. Yeah, you messed it up because you practiced it. Alright, you kind of lost our mind a little. Did we overshoot our arrows? No. Not as bad as it felt. Favorite Doom Tap saying? Was that as good for you as it was for me? See, I guess you probably don't menu to the mirror on purpose. Why, I'm obligated to say that it'd be a little faster. And you can... This menu to the flute can be buffered, same as the other ones. That was a little slow. I guess maybe we're scared of the crab. I don't know. You're probably not interested in maximizing the screen very much. But sometimes going slow is scary too. I just diagonal off these stairs now. I couldn't get it to be worth it to cardinal to the door, and like if you overshoot it. How come this happened? Is it really... Is that the same as like the Master Sword thing where touching the wall just magically fucking slurps you down at dash speed? I would have, only thing I'd say here is, you don't have to save the menu to the hook shot for, like, here. You can do it prior, because there was some risk involved with the dead rock, but not a lot. Yeah, I think if he went right, he blocks you. And maybe up, he could potentially fuck you. It might be the thing where, like, you stun him and you bonk off of him. So that wasn't super safe. You can still diagonal off those. Alright, hold on. You can diagonal off these. And you... This is... 99% of the time it's wrong to hookshot here. And this is... This was 200% wrong. Alright, you're pretty lucky you got through the second time. I don't know. I think hookshot's bad there. I don't have any other... Like, walking was better than the hookshot. You gotta get past the... The most urgent thing here is to avoid this risk of him going down. Yeah, this is Concision's PB from 2 weeks ago. This is the most urgent thing on the screen at the moment. And I don't think you could have made it even if you walked, so you would have had to have slashed. And this could have went a lot worse. This was pretty
generous. I don't bother to... When I go here, I just diagonal downright until I'm here. I don't bother to maximize that dash. I think it's bullshit. Yeah, the hook shot. That's what the rando players do. Alright, that was still fine. Like a 119 cave entry is fine. Especially for the things that happened. One thing I want to state before... Oh, did it happen? Yeah, this is danger. If he stops there, you have to do something. You have to go slash him or beam. Ideally, you can beam him left. We got through. It's fine. You can diagonal off those stairs too. You don't need to up first. You can diagonal the whole way from... That's what PB reviews are. Telling you to diagonal. I don't think you want to cut your dash there. And if you really want to cut your dash, you should do a different strat. If you want to cut your dash, you should just hit this thing from the top. The quick warp for this is you missed it. But like you cut your dash and then you stood still. So this is kind of a lot. You should look at this screen, I think. So the way that the quick warp works is from here, you move cardinal right. This is a quick warp. And if you go here, you can either, when you're approaching the portal, you can get a 1 frame left or 1 frame up left, and it'll be a quick warp. What I would recommend is if you don't get the free alignment after you menu, then you can kill the spin speed. Like if you end up over here, you menu first, and then you tap the A button out of the menu. I think this screen could use some work. Yeah, I do what Corey does. Menu straight out of the super speed, and if you undershoot it or overshoot it, you can just get in the portal. I don't think this menu is good, and I do it too. I just am obligated to say that. You should be, once you're here, you want to hold up left the entire way. Up left, up left, up left, up left, up left. Lay the block, up left, 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 until here. I'm gonna show you. Up left. The diagonal makes the platform go immediately. If I ever board it. Yeah, so now it's going already before I'm on the... And I'll show you an example. You can also... I'm holding up left here, too. And have you ever been or seen somebody up here trying to deal with this? This Stalfos? And, like... they'll press a diagonal trying to slash it. This is what happens. The diagonals are huge on the platforms. And I've had people deny to me, they're like, I didn't press diagonal. Well, you sure as fuck moved, so you pressed something. So diagonals are really good for making the platforms go. So same thing for the next platform. You want to be holding, once you're here, you hold upright the entire way. Upright, upright. I guess you're doing it here, which is strange that you didn't do it in the first place. You could have beamed the jelly. You do it everywhere except for the first one. Okay. The diagonal's good for that one too, but it's less automated. Oh, that was too late. Okay. I'm usually looking for the bottom of the platform to intersect this black line is when I shoot. But you had sense enough to... Missing the hook shot's really slow. It loses like another 70 frames. That was kind of close to reactivating the platform. No, I wasn't that close. I'm full of shit. You could probably make this room a little faster. If you wanted to. You might be losing like 30 frames there. If you want to look at Strat Hub stuff. Do you ever use the beams in here? They are a little bit faster, but also... you gotta really know what you're doing, kind of thing. Sometimes it's the correct thing to do, and sometimes it's not. The safe thing in this room is to be aligned with this wall. If the pokey goes down left... sometimes the balls can ricochet off and hit you if you're not aligned with the wall. And now we need these arrows. Uh-oh, what happened? Did we get a first frame slash? Oh, we just... okay, we canceled the dash with left, which that doesn't change your... No, we cancel with left. And the first frame of your cancel doesn't change your direction, and then we switch to left somehow. Which I don't understand how we switch to diagonal. But yeah, like... when you cancel your dash, it takes a frame for it to cancel. So that's what happened there. But I don't understand where the diagonal came from. Clearly accidental, but... I'm also kind of surprised it just didn't hit the switch anyway. Uh-oh. I guess this is fine. Usually get bunny beamed here anyway. I don't know if I should show you the good strat for that RNG. For this, you don't have to... You can be flush with this wall and slash upward. Yeah, I should show this stuff. It's too many things to not show. So what I do for this is I align the sword hilts with the middle of the pegs. And I don't have super solid visual cues on the left side for like... That was early. I just kind of feel it, which I don't recommend. I don't know your strat. What do we have here? Well, it says right on the screen. And for this, you can be touching this wall, and the sword will hit it. If you're 1 pixel off. No, wait. How does that work? Yeah, if you're 2 pixels off, the sword beam hits it. If you're 1 or 0, then the sword hits it. Oh shit, there's a trap there. So I'll show what it looks like, not fucking around. Oh my god. This is not very good. Yeah, I love it when I help people, and 1% of the stuff I say is bad, and then I get screamed at. Or it's misinterpreted. Oh yeah, we dodged the bombs. It was the best part of the run. Yeah, you gotta focus on the things that go wrong. We missed our dash. That should be fine. Oh, did we mess up? No, that was a different run. If you have the beams, you can be at this X vertical, X horizontal, and hit the switch with the beams. You don't need to move towards it. If you don't have the beams, then you have to do some adjustment. Also, you can initiate this platform with a diagonal as well, but everything about this is frightening, so I don't do what I'm saying. You can do a little something here with the pot. You can lift the pot from this height, but you can't trigger the button. So I try to like pot slide on it. Or wait until I lift the pot to move up. I notice we're reaming a lot of doorways in here, but they're pretty minimal to like adjust for. So yeah, this should be commented on. I've seen this a lot. When you're dashing through here, you want your movement to be like, what color do we have? You don't want to do a lot of diagonals or until the laser stops shooting and the guy is dealt with. The diagonals make the lag extreme. So you should probably mess with that for like 2 minutes. And it's good when you kill this guy. It reduces the lag more goodly. Can you show that one? Probably. Woo! Yeah, basically what Corey said. Oh, it's still terrible. Knocking the guy off and killing him is pretty helpful. Not that you have any control over it. But yeah, diagonal, but let me try it your way. I didn't make it. Alright, we're not doing it. I wanted to see the time discrepancy, but you know what? I don't need to. So yeah, just more Uncle walking here. Oh yeah, you also get that bomb, so you like super don't need the swamp backup bomb, because that's part of your strat. There's a, I don't know if I told you, there's a green ham thing in the torches room where you menu from the cane to the bombs with down right, and you dump your bombs to auto menu to the fire rod, so that your bombs aren't greater than 1 when you leave the dungeon. Yeah, it's fine to, once you've done Ice Rod Cave, having 0 bombs is fine. That was slightly passive, I think. Let's see what happened here. Oh no, it wasn't. I'm wrong. So, yeah, the third hit on the right head didn't really count. I'm not sure what happened. Not sure how we got slowed down. It always confuses me when we're menuing to the hook and it's not like left, but it's like the one bad mushroom menu. Alright, couple things. We're standing still on the stairs. You should be holding down left. And not cardinal down. And this is why. If we're holding down left, we're still moving towards our destination. Right, those are good. People have a lot of issues with cutting those dashes early and then getting blasted. Yeah, getting blasted sucks. I did it in like one of my old low legacy PBs. It really helped the stream. You might want to consider thinking about upgrading to the other key, but like it's a very light suggestion. I think hookshotting that key is a scam. I would time it yourself, but it's hard to time. Because like you have to do the whole rest of the room. Okay, I just wanted to see if you were mashing or not. This is a bastard door, too. You're moving 1 pixel per frame out of the door. You don't want a diagonal there. Christ. Uh-oh. I don't dash turn that one because there's like no benefit. You have to wait anyway if you're not doing any of the fancy shit. You hold diagonal on literally the exact wrong doors. Yeah. Let me look at this again. I think it was fine. Fine enough. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but that's also fine. I would say this is something I need to do for myself. You should make a visual cue on this bottom wall for where you want to do your hookshot up. For me, I'm like looking up here and it's really bad. I wouldn't suggest that. The reason I bring it up is because you menued pretty early. Or not menued, hookshot, sorry. I hold down left out of the or down right out of this door. Not that it matters, but you got some door nudge here. And it'll be a little bit better to like not maximizing your dash is a little more lenient here because there's a very high chance that you're going to nudge on the way right anyway. So, like, just make sure you're out of the doorway before you swap to cardinal down. We overshot that one. We'll call it nerves, I think. Alright, we have a strat. I would... I'm not a fan of mashing the first 7 arrows. Because what happens is... when you're mashing, if you mash perfectly between your arrow shots, Link won't turn to the left. If you get a frame perfect Y press. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I wouldn't start mashing until you face left. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you mashed the last two. Yeah, you started mashing the last two. Or it's not mashing, it's like double speed. But just be careful that you don't get your link stuck facing north. Oh. I don't know what that was. Oh, I see. I think it was just an error. I don't think that's a knowledge thing. Oh, also, after all the talking about arrows, we're getting extra anyway. You could maybe work on the screen. Most people, after dealing with the switch, would dash down, which is like, it's not that big of a deal. But, oops. The problem is like the mimics are doing weird shit too. Alright, you didn't get sucked into the door, that's good. Also, spoilers, this was a gold. No, I didn't mean during the run. I meant like when we were talking about restock room and stuff. We might have been too fast. By a frame. Your this dash is really good. That was as far left as you could be. And normally you might have just slashed the switch too quickly, but it's really close. I think? Yeah, this isn't normal. I think you slashed too quick. So the thing about this room, for those that don't know, is you actually want to be a little slow slashing the switch, whether it's due to your movement or purposely... Wait. Are we too slow? I don't know. But yeah, you don't want to be too fast. You want to purposely do like a slight step when you cut your dash. And learning the other strat's good too. Wasn't paying attention. It's picking skin off my lips. I would say, be careful with this. Just that, don't nudge this. There's like no reason to, and you can lose a frame or two for no reason. You're very close to nudging it. I don't know how much help I'll be in these rooms. I tend to look at this guy as my second target, and if he's doing some kind of action to try and get away from me, like moving down, or like left and down, I try to target him second. Or, in this case, he's also coming directly towards you. Let me see. Alright, that was good. Sometimes he can cut his walk a little early, and if you slash prematurely, he just jumps, so you have to be careful with that. We went, we went for a walk after we lifted the pot. Typically, I just press left enough to face the left. I guess it worked out. But I don't expect to find many things to criticize in your gold GT. Maybe this. I mean, I think it went fine. But I would say that you're going a little bit too far right before your initial spin. And you're giving up a lot of... When the guy goes to the left, you're just giving it up. Which I guess is fine. I don't have like a huge problem with that. As long as your 2 cycles don't turn into 3 cycles, it's not a problem. Woo! I think that was scary. We might have been a pixel too far left. But I don't know. I don't have much insight on that. I don't particularly like that menu there. Trying to press the lamp button while the menu's receding. Some people use it to try and navigate around this corner cleanly. I think I just waste it. I'm not a fan of trying to do things out of menus, but there are still some places where I do it. Oh yeah, we're blowing our wad. I think? What happened? Did we just panic? Just misfire? Okay. Let me see. This is a bastard door too. Are you doing the thing? Sort of. You didn't really get... You're holding down left on purpose, but the purpose of the holding down left is you can lay the bomb immediately, and you're kind of slow on it, which is fine. It's not... It doesn't matter. But yeah, triggering... For those that don't know, triggering the bastard door effect makes it so you can use items in doorways. This is the hover. Didn't something crazy happen? No. That was... Ooh, okay, yeah. Let me look again. Let's watch it one more time. I probably would have faced my sword down, I guess. I don't know. This is a pretty good RNG, too. You can just, like, stand where you are, slash your sword probably down, and, like, preemptively hookshot without reading the RNG. But I don't know if you're comfortable with that strat. You'd have to... Don't ever do it all willy-nilly. You have to practice it some, or you'll get destroyed. The hookshot thing to avoid him is really good, but only if you use it in the appropriate scenarios. If you try to just YOLO it, you will almost assuredly get destroyed. But it would have been good here. He didn't have anywhere to go except through you. You're a little... You can look at Moldorm's head to see when to Once it disappears, you just have like a tiny delay, and then you can hook shot. So typically what I look for is... I was watching your timer during the run. What I look for when the screen transitions like this... you can be done... With a 3 cycle, you'll be done in 52 seconds. And I remember thinking, oh, you can gold with the 5 cycle. That's good. So I don't know how much... I should try to elaborate on the fight. Let me just watch it first. I wouldn't have done that. You seem to be offsetting in the opposite side that I would. And that was unfortunate, but it's the way she goes. Alright, let me... If I were going to spin here, I would be on this side of him, because I would be on the opposite side that the balls are approaching me from, and I would be trying to get a double. If it were me, I would deboost from below and probably blow it, I think. So, same thing here. I'd probably be on the opposite side that the balls are approaching from. But it's a little bit hard. If he blue balls you, it could be disastrous. Which he does. This one, I think you played appropriately. Poke the wall for good luck. So this is a thing I noticed you do. You're moving in towards the balls. You don't need to do that. Moving in towards the balls doesn't have any bearing on where they travel. For the most part. I see a lot of less good players do it, as if they're like shoving the ball in a direction. And it doesn't work. It solely recoils off of however you hit it, at whatever angle you hit it at. Moving towards it doesn't push it in that direction. But I think... there might have been some worlds where you could get him to fire the ball before you hit him, but it's probably... the real solution was just to do better on the first cycle. And this is a guaranteed energy ball, so like don't blow it. You only need one hit. I don't know if I should go over any of the stuff on that. I think like it's just an experience thing. Still going, not for long. So yeah, we could have gotten the 126 here. I didn't watch the Ganon because I was too nervous, so I closed my eyes and muted the stream. So I don't actually know what happened. I think we missed at least one spin. We missed at least one spin. I might, after I watch this, I might try to explain a couple of Ganon things real quick. Just some easy peasy stuff. I didn't count the warps. I want to know the warps. 1, 2. Spin for fun. Okay, so this is frightening. I'll watch it first and then explain after. So 1, 2. We can't get this one because we didn't sync up. Oh, we're too close to the torch to get that? Yeah. We might miss this one too if the same thing happens. Yeah. Alright, I want to go back and just explain a couple things. So, let me further. When Ganon's on the bottom, and it's like the last hit in phase 3, I'm usually trying to hit him from the side, and it's whatever side keeps me the most centered. So I would slash him from the right while facing left in this scenario, and then I charge my spin right here, facing up. So this is very frightening. I don't know what you do here if he goes left. Which is why that's scary. An early single is fine and good. I think something you should start doing is having your sword out while you do the torch glitch. Because sometimes that'll lead you to getting spins that you may not normally have access to. And also it's safer, provided that it doesn't make you mess up or something. And I'll explain why it's safer after. So we can't get this one. It's a good torchlight. Typically, when I'm on the bottom of the arena, I always recoil into the pit. So I'd be spinning him from here, purposely recoiling into the pit. I just think it's better. It's a good habit to get into, because you want to do it here too. You kind of moved a little too early. You want to, in order to potentially get all of the next spin locations, you want to recoil to the bottom center, into the pit. I'm gonna play it in slow motion so you can see what happens. So I guess we're nervous, but like the bat isn't really. We baited it too early, right? We moved before it was fired. So right here, I would want to be in this. Oops, in this location, and I would be. I'd be holding up and left to get back out of the pit state, not just cardinal left. That way I'm still facing left. And then you gotta get your sword out before you light the torch, or you'll never get any of those spins on the top. And, right here, I would bait this way so I can be above the torch to light it with my sword already out. So this is the same thing happened twice that made us miss 2 spins. I try to deflect a little more centered here. And oops, I hit too many keys. Once I release the spin, I'm holding up and left. Holding up left, not cardinal up. And once you regain Link's control, you slash and then fire rod when the timing is appropriate. You had the right idea that time, but it was a little bumbled, I guess. Too much extra walking. And I'll demonstrate that after. Zelda. Alright. I'm not watching the credits. You did great on the credits. Bye. Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, it defaulted to a different thing. Weird. Winx YouTube downloader. I'll just go to Ganon real quick and try to explain a couple of things. Uh-oh. I'm great. Let's do it right. So with 2 warps and an early single there, you should have been able to get like a 150 Ganon, maybe a 151. Typically my baseline is like early double, no misspins is 143. I want to get him to warp once. See, so I always try to hit him from beneath towards the center when he's on the bottom side. So 1, 2, can't get this one. This next one. You can get way inside of him too when you spin. That's what FSG says to do. So, third hit, be centered, hold up left. Have your sword out before you light the torch. So for this one, you can be above the torch and light it and get him on all the RNGs. So you can do something like that. Oh, I don't want him to be dead. And I wanna show that too. When he warps way to the bottom right side, I see you miss a spin a lot. I'd like to replicate that. You want to walk cardinally from the torchlight to go hit him. What I see you do is something like... Well, it's kind of hard to... You'll do something like that, and then you won't make it to him. You just come up just short, whereas if you cardinal the whole way, you'll make it. So that's the thing you can correct too. Hitting the pit's good. I don't know if there's anything super severe. Like, those few things should cover a lot of the problems that you have. Uh-oh, runs over. Also, note that I'm, the height that I'm lighting the torch from. Having the extra little distance of the fire rod going down gives you, like, you know, some extra frames to walk over. And also keep in mind, the spin hitbox is... something like that. Yeah, so I can hit him from here with the corner of my spin. I don't think I have anything else to say about it. I wanted to do... I was waiting for people to send me Ganon's to critique, and Spaces was the only one, so I'll probably just do his separately. Unless they start rolling in, but not today. I think I probably had enough. Well, I mean, I'll still do it. I just wanted to do them all together, kind of thing. But I think Retro is not going to do it. Twin might, if I pester her enough. But, like, I don't care. It's going to be the same thing on everybody's things. I just thought to do, like, you know, do yours, do Spaces, do Twins, and say, like, oh, these issues are the same thing that's causing all your problems. And it only has to be, like, you know, 5 minutes or something. Just make a save state at the end of Phase 3 and go through it, like, 4 times. But yeah, I don't want to stream anymore. Turns out I'm hungry. My throat hurts. Only a little, though. I'm gonna see if this gets muted any. I also locally recorded it. Oh, that fucking Scrooble guy. I'm probably gonna raid him. I'm gonna move my chat over here first. I like doing the reviews. It's just the problem is that it takes a lot of time. Especially sometimes I go into depth a little too much on stuff that's like, oh, I'm trying to get a 126. I'm like, well, you should hold diagonal for 2 frames and not nudge. Yeah, I'm just gonna watch the Scoople ad and then I'm gonna read out. Then I'm gonna eat some food. It's gonna be huge. Alright, goodbye forever. Thanks for watching. I'm glad that people actually care to see this shit.